Here we go. I want to welcome everybody back for our second day. I want to start by acknowledging the fact that yesterday, inadvertently and unintentionally, seemed to seed confusion, probably in a lot of areas, but certainly in the issue of allocation. And we'll get to that later this morning. So let me talk about the schedule. For anybody like me, who, when we ended yesterday, thought we might pick up a couple hours and it would be an early day, that just simply won't be the case. So, so looking at today, I want to suggest the following agenda. We're going to start with the discussion of metering, which is scheduled to begin 9:15, and we'll probably pick up 5 or 10 minutes there. We'll do that for as long as that takes, but up to an hour. We'll follow the same format as yesterday. There'll be some introductory comments or presentations by the joint utilities. Then we'll open the floor up for questions and comments. Following that, we're going to take a quick break where, quite transparently, I'll admit, staff is going to get together, caucus, and be able to come back at the end of that period, probably about a half hour, and discuss the issue of allocation, hopefully with greater clarity than was done yesterday, both in terms of what the order requires, what's expected, and some of the real practical implementation issues that popped up and how we'll be addressing those. We'll then turn to the discussion of market barriers, which will begin around 11 o'clock, and we'll run that for an hour and a half. And the format there will be somewhat similar. The difference will be now our utility colleagues will be able to sit in the audience, and at the head table will be staff, as well as individuals who requested approximately 5 minutes to make presentations about specific topics, project size, consolidated billing, and the like. We did get a couple of responses on the issue of consolidated billing, particularly from Dennis and Ed, which are primarily questions rather than presentations. So we're going to ask that those just be held up and those questions can be presented at the appropriate time during that discussion. Customer maintenance costs, which we were running a contest for a while for people to say, what does customer maintenance costs really mean? There are lots of different ideas, and we'll hear about that from Hannah and Emily, but a lot of it has to do with customer retention issues, billing issues, and the like. And then lastly, the City of New York will have an opportunity to talk about market barriers related to NYPA, customer participation in CDG projects. All this is intended to address the direction, or really to assist the staff in responding to the direction of the Commission, that staff consult with stakeholders and market participants around issues of market barriers and be prepared to make recommendations to the Commission of what actions, if any, might be appropriate. We are just at the start of that process, and we staff will have a better idea at the end of today's discussions as to what the timing of the development of those recommendations, if anything, might be. It could be that the issue is developed well enough that we'll be able to make a recommendation to the Commission in or about the May 1st timeframe so that it could be considered by the Commission in August. It may be that it requires further work and analysis by staff with the active participation of stakeholders, so the sequence may be a little bit later. We really won't know that, but we are inviting all of you to file any additional comments in response to today's presentations by April 17th. That will help staff in its determination. We staff will then announce through an appropriate notice how we're going to be approaching the issues that are being discussed today, whether it'll be done by early May or with a more structured process. We'll then have a lunch break, and then we will have the informational presentations by NYSERDA. And again, the order directed NYSERDA to work with staff and all of you in developing certain proposals, considering certain issues, and we'll hear updates on the issues of financing costs, the New York Sun incentives, a high-level introduction to low-income CDG participation, Again, that will be the subject of another technical conference on April 13th here, and interconnection costs. If we run according to schedule, that should end around 3, and we'll be able to adjourn the day around then. So my guess will be somewhere in the 3:30 range for anybody who wants to adjust their transportation. That said, why don't we begin this morning, and I'll turn the floor over to our utility colleagues.
So I think we kicked things off a little bit at the tail end of yesterday, and the order, as we read it, says that any any commercial project, excluding mass market, that's installed after March 9th requires hourly metering, and clearly any project wanting the value stack is going to need hourly metering in order to determine the hourly LMPs, as well as the coincidences for the LSRV and, if eligible, the DRV. Effectively, the utilities have in their tariffs provide and cost out hourly metering for a number of service classes, typically for customers down to the MHP. But any customer smaller than the cutoff for mandatory hourly pricing, which varies by utility, if customers approach us and ask for interval metering where they would normally just have a demand registration, think of a mid-sized commercial customer, our established practice is to ask the customer to pay for the incremental cost and typically furnish a communication device, because our current practice is to use modems, very effective but somewhat old-fashioned, to call up those devices and pull down that data, typically once a month, to pull down the hourly consumption. So just flagging that, and that was in our when was it, the March 20-something filing that's now deferred to be effective April 27th, I want to say. Anyway, so that's what's specified in the tariff leaves that we filed to effectively implement what I would call Tranche 0 and existing projects. So just want to lay that out. Each utility has a slightly different approach in terms of how it structures its costs. O&R and Con Edison, for those accommodative meters, would basically ask for the cost up front, and as I said, the customer would furnish a communication device so we could dial in and download it. So whether they arrange for a cell phone or voice over internet, we just need a phone number to dial. So leave it to the customer to figure that out. It does raise just one sort of subtle policy question. Some of the RNM and CNI installations that missed the March 9th deadline, so anything that gets installed March 10th, up through anything that gets their deposit/interconnection contract executed within 90 business days of the March 9th order, which is a July 17th. By July 17th, are eligible to maintain status quo NEM and not go to the value stack, which means we would just have, whatever their volumetric rate was, they're eligible to retain that status. That class of customers, just to bill them, since they're not value stacked, and I would just defer to developers, do you think that customers might opt for that? Because that would, at least from our perspective, avoid the functional need to put in a meter, although the commission order does require us to do that. So I just raised that as a question. If you think there are customers out there who might prefer to avoid the cost of paying for the interval meter and the communication device, if developers think that regular old, for RNM and CNI customers, regular old NEM is okay relative to those costs. That's just an academic question I have. that came up as a result of looking through this implementation. So I think that's it for what we wanted to at least share with the group. We can probe into more questions. Other utility folks, did I miss something?
Well, we can open it up for questions or comments on either the presentations offered by Steve and his colleagues or anything pertaining to the order. So I'll turn the podium around and have at it.
Okay. I thought Mike was going to come after us with it. I know.
If you could just Ron, if you could just turn the mic on, state your name and affiliation. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Ron Leonard, Eco Energy. I'm wondering what's an acceptable piece of hardware, and the reason this question comes up, none of you were around then, but in the original net metering discussion, we came up with this requirement from the utilities to have a utility-grade disconnect switch at people's houses. It's an important point in terms of cost. What's real and what isn't? What's acceptable? What isn't?
That's not really metering, is it? It's an interconnection cost. Not something I was prepared for now, but we can, yeah. What? So
We don't have the DPS meter people here. We have a list of acceptable meters.
yeah.
UL listed, some.
I don't do real. I'm in
So
we can get the meter people.
So the meter that would be installed would replace the existing, let's assume it's a demand build meter, we would go to an interval meter. It would be a utility furnished meter. We would still use it for our normal billing, and we would just capture the 2-channel in-out by hour to be able to capture the export. So unless you qualify to be your own meter provider and meter reader and meet the PSC requirements for that, and to the best of my knowledge, the sample size is 0 of entities that are doing that, but it is, I think, an option out there. We, the utility, would pick the meter and install that, because that will be our cash register for the customer's existing consumption, as well as the determination for any credits pursuant to the value stack.
Obviously, then the question becomes cost.
Yes, and so it's, as I said, Con Ed and ONR require the upfront payment if a customer requests a different than standard meter to serve their account, which is what this case would be. I believe other utilities roll it into monthly charges. I know. I'll defer to the others.
For NYSEG and RG&E, we filed it would be an upfront cost, similar to standby, and if you sign up for demand management.
For National Grid, you pay for the meter up front, and then there's a communication cost every month.
And Central Hudson, it's a monthly.
Dennis Fair from Entersolar. So it's important to note that we're talking about 2 different meters on most of these systems, commercial systems. It's the utility meter, and then it's our meter. And our meter is a revenue grade meter that's capable of reading down to 5-minute or better intervals, and it's a separate issue. So I'll stop there. It looks like you got something to say.
But yeah, to the extent you put in a meter at the generator,
Yep.
that is not capturing the net exports for value stack.
Correct.
So that, to the best of my knowledge, would not provide the information required to implement the PSC order.
It would not. I'm just sort of clarifying that.
Yep.
But so as we develop smarter tariffs, we're at least going to be moving to time of use, hourly, as we're discussing energy now, even dynamic systems. So the platform needs to be built to enable this at scale. And right now we're dealing with this in a transition period, which is very much based on cost recovery, which is essential from your perspective. But I'd urge us to begin with the ends in mind and really think about where we're going, what's going to be required here, and how the cost of that is going to be allocated across the entire platform, and not just in a one-off basis here today, because we'll find piecemeal solutions at this point that might create barriers later, rather than saying, this is where we're going, let's figure it out now and do it. That's it.
So I guess I'll just make one comment on that comment. Not all of us are going to the same place on the same pace, right? So Central Hudson does not have a full AMI rollout strategy. We have an AMI opt-in for customers that want to have AMI that will be rolled out later this year. But we do not have a plan to do a full AMI deployment within our service territory following the results of a benefit cost analysis test.
And I'll just say that all of our systems not only have metering, but they have communications too. So you can piggyback on what we're doing in a lot of cases, and some of it's by requirement by NYSERDA, which has been in place for years already. So it's just trying to figure it out, and I don't want to get into the technical details, but I appreciate where you're coming from, Joe.
I'm just explaining a difference between the utilities and our near-term end states.
And that sort of highlights that with time, both Con Ed and ONR will have a saturated AMI system, which would, with the communication system, be able to capture 15-minute for residential customers and 5-minute consumption for commercial customers, which more than meets the hourly requirement under the order. The issue is, as we roll out the COM system and the AMI deployment, absent the COM system, we can't put in an AMI meter and capture the level of data required for the order, different than our planned deployment of AMI.
As long as it's dynamic.
Yes, and we will get there, but we have this interim period where some customers may be faced with a cost for interval metering for a period of time, and if they timed it differently, that wouldn't be necessary. It just is how we are. In a perfect world, we might have sequenced a lot of things differently.
There's so many things I want to say to that. I'll wait. Yeah, philosophical. As we search for the perfect world. Any other questions or comments on metering? Don't change your train tickets yet. We may pick up more time. All right. Oh, here's one.
So maybe this is Tom Kikandis, Heritage Solar. Possibly point relating to my ignorance relative to what's anticipated phase 1, phase 2. But the need to audit the metering and have the ability to, I'll say, bring to the utility's attention billing mistakes, and then some mechanism for at least consideration in the order and phase 2 in particular, as to, we have this, for example, in the joint utilities statement some time ago about developer costs and profits. We had a lot of imaginary stuff like 1 cent per watt for interconnection, which might be 75 cents or $1.50, but we didn't have much about a mechanism for enforcing getting the meter read and getting the billing straight, which is, in essence, going to Central Hudson's statement yesterday. I want there to be a phone number, call your developer, right, if you have a billing question. Well, if we have a billing issue that remains unresolved or even unresponded to for extended periods of time, subscriber bills are going out there screwed up. Who's paying for the thousands of dollars to go and deal with that? And that cost is a real one that has not really been so captured Now we're going to go to hourly and a more complex accounting of value stack that raises the audit cost on the developer side. And in theory, because of just the degree of complexity, now we're all running computer programs just to keep our dollars straight. And now we're into retro billing, and the time of response for retro billing and fixing it for customers, because Joe made a good point, the customer is going to call me. They're not going to call Central Hudson. We will direct them in our contracting as we're supposed to, and all our communications to do that. We have a private contract. However, in a current project, I've made representations through a private contract to my subscribers, and I'm unable to meet those because our billing is unresponded to and completely screwed up. So when is that cost returned to me? Or is it just a cost of doing business that attaches to what is the net value of the value stack, and what do we model in a more complex regime going forward? Sorry if that wasn't perfectly stated, but any thoughts, welcome.
I would assume if there's a question about the calculation of credits resulting from utility metering, whether it's under traditional net metering or this new value stack, the developer or the end-use customer could file a complaint like customers are allowed to under the Public Service Law, and staff reviews those. We would hope you'd first reach out to the utility first, and we'll hopefully be presenting the data in a format that helps you understand and avoids that need. But we're happy to work with people, and then there's also mechanisms to the extent it is back to the metering issue. If there's a question on the calibration of the meter, there are procedures to test and prove the meter to verify that it's in calibration. I'm happy to explain those details that I think are already there.
But also, I think it became clear yesterday, we've got two different billing, auditing, accounting in my mind, issues. One is what goes on the traditional mass market or satellite customer's bill, and then what's the accounting relationship between the utility and the CDG operator, for lack of a better word. And those are two different problems, I think. The latter needs to be a more continuous, or I'm looking for the utilities and the developers to get together and say, this is the interface that works for us, whether it's an internet interface, whether it's a, paper, whatever works with the existing utility systems, and then it becomes a business-to-business relationship. If the utility, and there's all kinds of business law out there that I'll let the lawyer speak to about, okay, what happens if you are harmed by another party?
So I'd just like to make a quick comment on that as well. So the utilities have consistently said that our billing systems today are not set up to accommodate all of this activity with the value stack or different forms of net metering right off the bat. We are in the early days of implementing this order, as well as community distributed generation in any form. And there are going to be small bumps in the road, as we all know, as we try to work through manual processes. And there's issues on all ends. There's a lot of complexity on the developer's end. There's complexity on performing the manual calculations on the utilities end. So to some extent, in the early days, you would expect some level of hiccup until we get all of these things sorted out and we start to get to a more standardized process, which does not fully exist today because there are going to be different configurations that we have to accommodate.
Right, but in the side of the ledger that I said is between utility and CDG operator, it seems to me there are a couple of things. There's, as yesterday, how is my monthly credit sheet calculated? How can I check it, et cetera? Then there's issues have been raised. All right, how do I know what tomorrow's hourly prices are going to be, or what was last month's hourly prices. And you've dealt with that with retail customers somewhat by having things on your website where you can go in, say, all right, I'm a NIMO customer in this area. What was, my commodity bill last month, or what was? So there has to be some way. We use 2017 information technology to streamline this. And obviously, at the end of the day, though, just as large customers have company reps that they deal with, I think that the CDG operators, especially the larger ones, are going to develop a relationship with some kind of account rep or something to track this month to month. And then finally, this doesn't address the business concerns I heard about. Well, what if my bill's calculated wrong, and it goes on for months? But in terms of rev desire for cross-utility consistency and platform businesses that make it less costly to deal with different service territories, to the extent we can invite NYSERDA in to help us aggregate some of this stuff and have a separate page that is related or linked to, and I'm not saying tomorrow, but as we work through this, the utilities pages, so that there's more transparency and visibility of the value stack, that might help too.
Our experience in Massachusetts, where there's been remote net metering for a number of years, the very first thing the supplier or the community DG host has to do is get the account numbers correct and get the allocations correct. And if that's something that is going to change month to month, it's very important to get those things correct. That's not what we know, that's what you know. And we've had situations where they've put a big allocation on a streetlight account, which then you have all these credits going places. So it's really important to get your account numbers correct. And of course, they're multiple digits, so you got to check and recheck, and then work with the utility to make sure that we have them correct. The utilities are going to need to build systems to do cross checks with this to make sure that it comes across, because it gets to be very complicated. That's the very first place where breakdowns occur. Warren's right. We have systems to deal with the pricing as we have today, and how we can bootstrap those to use it in this application will be something we have to think about. But I can't say enough. Getting the account numbers correct that you have and getting them to the utility as soon as possible with the appropriate allocations is probably the first breakdown in the process. That's got to be done first, and it's got to be done correct. And that's something that's, that is your responsibility that has to come back, and then you send it back to us.
But I think to Warren's point, we do need a process. We touched on it a little bit yesterday, that the utilities are actually in the process of working with our customer ops and our IT system groups to see what data do we have, what processes can we lever. Can we, for example, run our MHP module sort of backwards to the LMP portion of the value stack? Where else are we going to get these inputs? So we have to build it first, and then we can figure out what elements, how are we then presenting it. But yeah, that definitely is a follow-up, and I would imagine some workshops before we get to implementation, but after we have spec'd out some of the technical details on our end, so we can identify what can we pull from and how do we present it, and whether it's an individual file to developers or whether there's some common information that all developers can get. I don't want to prejudge the outcome, because it might be easier to just have developer-specific detail rather than to build a portal, at least to get started. But different utilities might have different pressure points depending on their volume. There's a day one need to present that information in an understandable fashion so the developer can understand our calc and can benchmark against it and raise relevant questions if they disagree with that.
I think, Steve, that makes sense. So let me annotate that on 2 points. The issue of presentation, I think, is so important that there should be consultation as you're developing your specs on presentation. I think you implied that, but it wasn't clear. And the other is, given the real life and real time uncertainties of a design build process, which is really what you're doing, it is critically important that there be transparency and communication with the stakeholder community as to what the process is, where we are, what choices are being made. And again, I know that that's a process that you would follow, but it's one that I wanted to call out so everybody knows expressly that we're thinking about it both from the staff level as well as from the utility.
Hi, my name's Nate Owen. I work for a company called Ampion. We're out of Boston, Massachusetts, and we're in the business of administering community solar programs, virtual net metering contracts, and the like. So our hands are very dirty in the nuts and bolts of community solar in Massachusetts. We install a data acquisition system on every site that we manage. It's a revenue grade meter. We pull minute reads off it. We use it for all kinds of things, from asset management to customer service, billing and payment, allocations, all kinds of stuff. We're very concerned about utilities using their meters in Massachusetts now, because now there's a couple different reads. Our devices are going to be on these systems. They were certified by the state as compliant with the specifications in the market, but now customers are going to be getting multiple reads. So that's a big concern. Another huge issue that we have in Massachusetts on a daily basis is helping utilities understand the rates, their own internal rate structures, how things should be calculated. So my staff is on the phone with utility representatives in Massachusetts on a daily basis, helping them understand which rate schedule this particular meter or account should be set up on, what calculations should be done, going back and fixing calculations. I'm telling you guys, it's very difficult. I lived through 20 years in retail with EDI transactions, and as much as I hate EDI, I'm praying for it these days. But in reality, it's very simple to fix this. All these business processes exist in retail and have for a long time. Metering, calculating billing charges, servicing a customer, this has been done for 20 years in retail. We were in front of the New York PSC in this room last year proposing a RESTful API because it's inexpensive, it reduces the EDI market barrier, it provides us with the critical customer data on a monthly basis that allows us to answer phone calls from our customers rather than flooding your call centers with questions about billing or allocation corrections or all kinds of stuff. So there's a lot of very valuable lessons to be learned from little companies like ours that are actually doing this stuff today and understand the nuts and bolts. Like I can tell you right now what data I need on a monthly basis to make everybody's life easier. I don't need to sit for 9 months in a work group. I don't need to tell you what kind of technology it is. We all know what it is. I've met with your utility people, the representatives in your groups, as well as almost every developer in New York. We all know that we need monthly consumption data for accounts. We all know that we can't do, for example, an accurate allocation unless we have historical consumption data that allows us to calculate a load forecast so that we can accurately allocate to a particular account. If we take from what we built in retail, the basic structures, but upgrade the technology to something that's actually secure rather than EDI, that's actually scalable rather than individual raised systems or individual systems that we have to access manually to look up accounts. If we can put a RESTful API in place, start to outsource, I hope, some of the functionality that's required to interface with developers in the market. It's been done via EDI numerous times throughout the country. It can be done using in the same business processes to support CDG operators. So I'm just here to tell you guys that we need data from you guys. When you talk about metering, when we talk about allocations, when we talk about signing customers up and customer service, it really boils down to one thing. Can we get an electronic file out of your meter data management systems on a monthly basis that tells us the customers we're servicing, what they're using, or, if that's not possible, what credits have been transferred on the billing system from the host meter account to the subscriber account, so that when that customer calls me after they get my invoice and there's a discrepancy between what you guys transferred and what we billed for, we can simply say, you were billed this much on the utility account, we billed you this much, and here's why. It's really not rocket science.
Right. I'll just say there are some differences between how CDG operates in Massachusetts. You obviously know. And I hear you on the credit stuff. with respect to the load at each satellite account, it really doesn't affect anything that's going on with our CDG. It's the metered output injected at the machine, and then everything else is dollars.
And hand in hand, at least for Con Ed and ONR, when we have AMI, we will have the full functionality of Green Button Connect to be able to access that electronically to understand what customers are consuming. Just one clarification on Nate's comment. Yes, a lot of developers may have a revenue grade meter on their gen production, but that doesn't meet the functionality, unfortunately, for the value stack. It's also not subject to the PSC test and prove requirements. So while it may meet a revenue grade spec, if it's not maintained and calibrated, we can't use that data for our tariff-based compensation under our tariffed obligations. So it's a good tool. It'll help troubleshoot. I agree with you, Nate. And having been through EDI in the early ESCO days and understanding some of the transactions to present to customers and explain how their bills work, I'm with you all the way. And I see as Scott mentioned, a need as we get along the process as to how we're going to calculate the value stack and present it. We definitely want to rope folks like you in to make sure we're capturing it in the right structure and presenting it in a useful manner, and definitely electronically, so you can then pull it into your processes, because we certainly don't want to engineer your interfaces with your transactions, but that's key to make sure it's electronic.
So one just follow up. We're expecting to enroll tens of thousands of customers with EGU utilities in the next 6 to 9 months. That's tens of thousands of customers. So that's why the concern.
So you're looking. Sorry, I can't see you. You're looking for subscriber or potential subscriber data.
Mostly, I'd take subscriber data.
Okay.
It's something that has a signature.
Clarify.
Something that has a signature. Something that allows me to get a historical consumption read so that I can do some calculations based on and appropriately model allocations
And
so
set
forth.
up your allocation. Okay.
Right. And it's really that simple.
Yep.
If we can get 12 months worth of data, looking back with an authorization in an electronic file, and
Similar to ESCO
monthly-
SGAT.
Yep.
Absolutely, but not an EDI. So a very simple, secure FTP, RESTful API sort of thing.
So I guess why? So just understanding just understanding how CDG works in New York. So subscriber is going to pay. I don't know what the contract's going to be. They might pay up front, or they might.
They're going to pay a percent off the utility rate.
Well, I don't know.
I do.
Well, I don't know. It's going to be, it may be different by developer. All sorts of developers may have different configurations. And again, that's what I was talking about before. All developers have different wants, needs, and configurations until we start standardizing this. But at this point, the subscriber is going to pay something, whether it's upfront, a subscription fee, or a percentage of their consumption. I don't know, but it's a dollar amount. They're paying a dollar amount, and they're going to get a monetary credit in return, right? The historical KWH consumption from the subscriber, from the utility perspective, doesn't come into the calculation.
So how are you going to allocate to how do you know what to allocate to a customer?
The developer tells us.
We tell the developer using historical consumption data is precisely.
If that's the configuration that the developer uses.
What I think is really important.
Can I just clarify? Currently, if you register as an ESCO and sign our ESCO agreement, you can access and have, with an account number, you can have access to consumption data. Yeah. We need a mechanism to know that you're going to keep that data safe and follow, consumer protections as established by the PSC. We are waiting for the equivalent of that for DER providers, but if you think that's a roadblock, I'd encourage you to register as an ESCO, which you know from your prior work experience what that's involved with, right?
Yeah. So
I do know what's involved, and I know it intimately, and I also know that I don't really want to do it. I want to try to do something new and better.
Yeah. And
I want to encourage you guys to develop the business processes that are going to appropriately support the market. I'm concerned when you talk about historical consumption data not having a relationship to CDG, because you know, if I got a 2 megawatt site, I need to know what my subscribers could possibly consume in a net metering credit basis on an annual level in order to appropriately allocate. If I don't do that, I got millions of dollars at risk. I have people calling the PUC, PSC.
Yeah. And we don't want them to call here. I think this issue's been joined for this morning. Let us think about the best way to continue to pursue it. I am not keen, just personally, on suggesting that folks who otherwise wouldn't have to register as an ESCO register as an ESCO. There may be some other means to get the kind of comfort that utilities would require before the information would be released. We need to think about timing and implementation. So, and I think some of our topics later this morning will begin to touch upon that. So we'll delve into this some more.
Hi, Tom Kikandis. A brief additional comment to the gentleman's point. The folks I work with don't want to register as an ESCO, but we're perfectly happy to sign some attestation relative to maybe something between the self-certification that we have in the CDG process right now versus whatever ability to come back to an inappropriate disclosure of data. It's something perhaps that could be incorporated from the PSC to direct you to that, so you don't have to wonder, or it doesn't have to be voluntary on anybody's part. But I think it's an important point. In essence, that one of the tasks that developers are left with is not over-allocating. So consumption data absolutely relates to our ability to make sure that we're executing our piece of the bargain, because if we're over-allocating, that screws you up, it screws us up. There are some basic things that were not taken in at the level of detail of the order or even some of the tariffs. For example, we have timing around when we can file changes to allocation. Initial allocation, changes to allocation. When was that allocation put into force? I have no idea. But I can't look at whether my customers got the right subscribed amount unless I know when that allocation was processed by the utility. It's a pretty minor, not so confidential point of information. If it needs to be a bilateral agreement between the utility and the developer saying, okay, you know, we'll just send you an email that as of tomorrow, this allocation is being applied, or that it's being applied to all the, whatever the case is, some feedback. Right now it's a black hole. And we all understand this is a new thing. We're hoping not to completely trip up the solar market in the process. I'm going to point out that among the several press release level and difficult charges that the Commission and by extension the utilities and the developer community were charged with, we have remake the grid. Okay, yeah, there's that little thing. Then there's LMI. Let's create equal access to solar for LMI. Well, all of this cost of development management stuff is a pretty serious break to interest to dealing with the LMI community. So at a political level, it will ultimately return to the PSC to reconcile. Do we really care about dealing with the LMI community, or are we just going to make it too expensive to do, or we're going to throw some money at NYSERDA to help out? But the real issue is exactly these sorts of billing issues that we're talking about. So your point is well taken, sir, that the issue has been joined. Obviously, there will be comments filing. But simple things like your allocation was received and it got applied here. Now, yes, there's an ombudsman in the utility I deal with. I don't always get a timely response, but that's a basic point of information that maybe could get built into the process. And I'd just like to exhort the PSC to take these sorts of issues seriously so that we don't end up with one or the other, 50% by 2030, or LMI will be served, or the solar market won't crash and the grid will be remade. I know it's a heavy lift, but this is where we reconcile a possible forward pathway among those large press release level objectives. Thanks.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. So again, Dennis Fair. So obviously metering and billing are intimately linked. And the utilities are approaching this from a very practical approach right now. What can they physically do at this time, and what's it going to cost if we ask them to do more? And what this all gets back to is if we're creating a tariff that's going to require them to do this monumental lift because it's so complicated and they can't do it, these small bumps in the roads are going to become huge market barriers, cost to customers, and political nightmares. So we got to be really careful about what we can practically do in phase one, what we're asking the utilities to do, and what the industry needs to do in order to get there. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Clearly an important discussion. I'm going to ask that we take a break now, reconvene at 10:15. We're taking the break so that the staff team can get together and develop some clarifications and some clarity around the issue of allocations to address some of the uncertainties that came up yesterday. We'll reconvene at 10:15. We'll discuss that issue. Then we'll go into the discussions of market barriers, followed by informational presentations by NYSERDA. If we say to the approximate time blocking of an hour and a half for each of those major topic areas, we can be done by the 1:15 range. So my suggestion would be to skip lunch and push through to 1:15 and then adjourn for the day. We'll see you all at 10:15. Okay, welcome back. A couple things. First, walking in, Carl Moss said this is an appropriate time for the joke of how many bureaucrats does it take to, as we all came streaming out of my office. What we wanted to do is make sure that we were aligned on the issue of allocation, and it's really more of being aligned and making sure that we all can communicate consistently what the issue is and how we're going to approach it. So for this morning, to try and address some of yesterday's confusion, I just want to touch on 4 points. The first two are principles that are reflected in the order in which are going to continue to guide this question. And the first comes out of the CDG order, which says that at least 60% of the benefits of a CDG project has to flow to small customers. Leave it at that for now. There's obviously more detail. Second thing is, which was a staff recommended policy adopted by the Commission, is that we want to provide developers with flexibility. We don't want to unintentionally broach into security law issues, which I know is of a concern to some, but we do want to provide developers with much market flexibility as possible, so we're not constraining innovation in product design and development, and we're not constraining interaction between developers and their customers or their members. So flexibility becomes a theme in policy. At its heart, the issue we're talking about deals with billing, which is going to in part be a subject for this morning, and is going to be the subject of some additional workshopping between now and May 1st. So that's where we'd like to get this issue really delved into. And we think that with some appropriate focus and a few hours worth of time, not to minimize the importance of it, but we have a focused discussion about it, the answers become apparent, and there are a couple of choices that need to be made. We, staff, will work with stakeholders and the utilities to ensure and will facilitate the opportunity to delve into this subject following today's conferences as part of the post-technical conference workshopping leading up to the May 1st filings. So other than it incidentally coming up, I'd like to ask that any comments or suggestions about this issue allocation of benefits be reserved for any comments filed by April 17th, or in the workshop that we'll be setting up. With that, I want to turn to the remainder of today's schedule and suggest we go to market barriers. We'll do that for about an hour and a half, 10:15 to 11:45. That will immediately be followed by the informational presentations by NYSERDA, again, allowing us to adjourn in the 1 to 1:15 time frame. The format for the market barriers discussion is we have 4 different subtopics: project size, consolidated billing, customer maintenance costs, and then what we call the other, but a presentation by on behalf of the City of New York. What we're going to do is invite those folks who asked to make a presentation for each of these topics to come up with a topic, take their 5 minutes, talk to the assembled masses here, and then again we'll follow the format of opening up for any questions or comments. The first topic is project size, and those brief presentations will be made by Melissa Kemp and Sean Garin, who I now invite to come up to the dais.
Sean tells me I have to go first, so hi, welcome. I'm Melissa Kemp from Cypress Creek, and we just wanted to share some perspective on the project size question that was raised in the value of DER order. So as I'm sure everyone's familiar with, net metering and now the successor tariff or the new tariff by default has the 2 megawatt, AC per property tax parcel limitation to it. It had been brought up in the last year of proceedings. Just as a background issue, could we be increasing that number? And so it's something that Cypress Creek and I know a lot of the trade associations have given a lot of thought to. So just wanted to comment on that. So it's something, number one, that would be a tremendous help in terms of project economics. So anytime we're scaling something, particularly in my experience on the interconnection side, right? So right now we are seeing, 2, 4, 6, or 8 megawatts effectively side by side, acting as one project, but they're legally mandated to have separate points of interconnection, right, and be on separate tax parcels. So from an interconnection study and cost of equipment point of view, you're basically making a lot of redundancy. You often have to do certain types of upgrades at every POI, every point of interconnection, not just at, the one that you could if there was a larger single project size allowed. So as we try to drive down development costs and soft costs and really offer better value to ratepayers, to customers, being able to spend less money that we don't really need on equipment, duplicating equipment would be wonderful. There's a little cost savings on the study side. Instead of having to pay for 4 $30,000 studies, we could maybe pay for one that costs $40,000 or something. So that's probably a little less critical, but it would be nice also. I know some of the other value that it brings would be on the permitting side. Depending on the jurisdiction, sometimes these are separately permitted. So if you have a number of 2 megawatt projects next to each other, sometimes you do have to permit them, not all as one thing. But you definitely always have to subdivide those parcels. And so that itself is a fair amount of administrative kind of overhead and work. And so that could be avoided by allowing a larger project size. I think for me, what really makes this, I think, a really positive thing that New York could do is I just haven't been able to see it down as we transition away from net metering and we're getting, an interim step towards actual cost and value, and then we've bounded it so thoughtfully in terms of potential ratepayer impact, right? So we don't know if there's actually going to be an impact, the bigger scheme, but it's bounded. Hence for the community solar projects, the tranches, and the 2% and the peak load limitations and all that stuff. So we've bounded potential ratepayer cost. So whether I build 2 megawatts per site or 5, it shouldn't affect anything in terms of potential downside or ratepayer exposure. So I haven't been able to think of a negative about allowing this to happen, only the positives, which would reduce costs and allow projects to happen more successfully and deliver more value to customers. So that's the reason we're a big supporter and would love to see this happen.
You may hear some negatives this morning. Sean, thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to take a huge amount of time on this, but and Melissa covered, I think, a number of the positives here. We also are in support of expanding the size limit to 5 megawatts. Obviously, that lines up with the SIR, the standard interconnection requirements, so there's sort of a precedent for projects that size. And I think you achieve, some of the obvious economies of scale. I think there are also benefits in terms of land use, where not only are we seeing these strings of projects, being put together, but even where those aren't, often a parcel of land can take more than 2 megawatts. And if you find a good parcel of land, whether it's, a landfill or you name it, you want to maximize the use of that space. And I think if you look at the number of sort of acres that these projects take, 5 megawatts is still at a scale where you'll see a lot of parcels could house projects of that scale. And so we can use a smaller number of those and sort of concentrate some of our development. I will say from Vote Solar's position, we're not all about necessarily economies of scale. I think a diversity in the market is important as well. And so there are interests in having smaller projects as well as larger projects at the end of the day. However, NYSERDA and other mechanisms do encourage smaller projects, and there are other ways to encourage diversity in the marketplace. And so I would look to those as being the right place to try and encourage, a diverse marketplace in terms of project size, as opposed to here. And finally, I would say this is an opportunity, as I think a lot of these cost-saving measures were intended to be, to really make phase one work in as many different parts of the states as possible and as deep into the tranches as possible. And I think if you look at where there is pickup in the tranches across the state, you'll see there are a lot of parts of the state that haven't seen a ton of pickup, where in fact land acquisition is relatively cheap, and where the difference between 2 megawatts and 5 megawatts could actually really be a helpful step forward. So, whether it's NYSEG or RG&E or National Grid, we would hope that those could in fact really benefit from this move. So,
thank you both. I want to begin by just drawing out a little your point about phase one and applicability in phase one. So there are two questions in my mind. One is the bulk of the value that you see in this particular initiative a phase one issue? And if the answer is no, that it has value even beyond phase one, we have the practical timing issue for phase one that I just want to mention and invite people to comment this morning or to think about in their pre-April 17th comments, which is in order to make August, we would need to develop a set of recommendations for public comment in the next 3 weeks or so, we being staff. That's possible. If there, despite, Melissa, your hope, there's more negatives lurking out there than we might suspect, that may require some additional analysis. The point being that there is no time, there's no expiration to the value of this, even though its prompt implementation, if it was to be implemented, might have certain benefits during phase one. So, in short, you're asking for expeditious consideration rather than having it kicked down the road.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think what Sean said, what we've seen just, from our portfolio, and I think many other developers have seen, is there are definitely a number of territories where development is likely to stall, even in Tranche 2, right, say in NYSEG, without some other ways to try to drive costs down.
Has your company developed these string projects?
Yes. Yeah, a large number. Well, we have a large number in our pipeline currently.
Are any, besides being in the pipeline, have any of them been awarded tranche awards?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know if I know the number offhand, but I'd say at least, 10 megawatts or so of projects that are side by side like that, maybe more.
Mm-hmm. Great.
But to answer your question directly, there's benefit both now and in perpetuity, and so we would just want to get to it as quickly as possible.
Right. Great, thank you. Any other questions from staff? NYSERDA? All right, let me open the podium if anybody would like to make any comments.
Ron Leonard, Eco Energy. It's on.
Okay, great.
I'm curious as to the regulatory question that this brings up, which is preferential siting of these projects. And what I'm thinking of is our sister state, Massachusetts, really going forward with a more innovative procedure than we're doing, encouraging brownfields, landfills to be a priority in terms of this process. And I've personally looked at a bunch of landfills in and around the Hudson River area and found that typically you can very likely get 4 megawatts, possibly more, but easily 4 on a landfill. And it's sort of detrimental both from the point of public use of land, better to put it on a landfill than the farm, and also from the point of view of public benefit for these projects, because here we go, we can decrease the cost of government. These local municipalities can benefit from these projects. So looking at it from both directions, it really does make sense to increase the amount of project size to fit the need. And David knows how well we can quantify that with the innovation that we have in New York State, which is the New York State Solar Map. And we can really drill down and give you a number as a commission to why this is a smart move for the state of New York. And I really would encourage you to require this type of data search, ask the help of NYSERDA, move this thing along because it has economic and numeric benefits for the state of New York.
What's the current barrier to you doing that now? What would we address?
Well, 2 megawatts, if you can put 2 megawatts on a landfill and the landfill can accept 4 megawatts, it's nuts to do. It's a size issue, yeah. I'm trying to give you a justification to go that route.
I thought you needed permission to go on a brownfield site. I assume they're cheaper.
Hi, Jeff Lord from Clean Energy Collective. A couple comments more from a standpoint of some lessons learned from other markets that we've operated in. So Massachusetts is an interesting example because a few years back, Massachusetts implemented brought their size restriction for projects, made it smaller and more restrictive, and adopted a one parcel, one project, one interconnection set of rules. And then very quickly, petition brought to the Department of Public Utilities that was adopted, and it was jointly brought, the petition, by the utilities and a developer, saying, hey, listen, isn't it kind of silly to be installing unnecessary utility infrastructure just in order to kind of satisfy this test? Is that really in anybody's interest? And the DPU there very quickly issued that decision known as a Sincarfa Capital decision in November of 2014. So I think that just makes common sense, as Melissa mentioned. If the state, from a policy perspective in New York, wants to control project size in some way, I think there's a better way to do it than via interconnection facility.
Right. Could you, just clarification on Massachusetts. The reason why they went with the small size, was it mostly a cost control, cost shift rationale?
No, it was more policy perspective. The state got concerned that early in their program, they started to see a bunch of really big projects. There were some concerns that it was encouraging
crowding out the little guy?
Yeah, and so they wanted to make sure that they adopted a program that would allow for some bigger projects, but a controlled amount, and then projects really of all sizes, project diversity. The new program that's currently drafted in Massachusetts removes this, what they call the single parcel rule. So being able to subdivide parcels or combine parcels to make a project fit the right way, multiple projects on a single parcel, all those things will be possible as currently envisioned. The program there is still in preliminary form, but that's how it's currently drafted. One of the things that I think also relates to supporting this approach is recognizing what the towns in New York are doing. Towns have have adopted or are working on their bylaws. Bylaws typically deal with setbacks. And so the bylaws that are being adopted, and probably the most difficult thing they're wrestling with, is what are we requiring for setbacks? I think a lot of us as developers, we're dealing with towns that have a draft bylaws, 500-foot setbacks. So we sit and we help them understand how, okay, and there won't be any solar in your town. And they're struggling to make sure they get it right, and they should take care to do that. But if you're dealing with a bylaw that requires, whatever, 100-foot or 200-foot setbacks from property lines, now all of a sudden, if we're going to take a parcel of land and subdivide it because it's really good for 4 to 6 megawatts, 5 megawatts, now I'm going to have to deal with an issue with, now I'm subdividing it, I'm creating separate parcels, so now legally under the town bylaw, I have to have these setbacks. That's not an efficient use of land to create setbacks between neighboring projects. It drives up the costs for everybody. That's not what any of us are trying to do in New York. And then, so what's the remedy? Oh, there's always a remedy. We can go and ask for a variance, which means we've got to go through the zoning board of appeals. And that's also, we should also remember that's a burden to our towns in New York. They have to hear from us. And a lot of the smaller towns too, these are volunteer boards and things. These are human beings' time on a Tuesday night when they'd rather be home helping their kids with their homework. So keeping all that in mind, I think, these kinds of things make sense. Try to make this efficient for our towns as well. Yeah, and then from a quick point on project diversity, because I think it is an important point that Sean brings up. I think that in many cases, the bigger projects being able to come in and pay for the necessary interconnection upgrades will then create capacity that the smaller projects can come in and use, at a lower cost as well. So while there may be some situations where a bigger project can take up capacity and a smaller project might not have availability, I think, anecdotally, hypothetically, that there'll be some puts and takes there, but I think there will be a lot of capacity opened up by necessary substation upgrades being paid for by the bigger projects.
Thank you. What's the current limitation in Massachusetts right now?
The current limitation is for public projects where the offtake is all going to a certified public entity, can go up to 5 megawatts. Private projects, so like CDGs in Massachusetts, CDG is considered private cap projects, or projects to a commercial offtaker or non-public entity, the maximum is 2 megawatts AC. The new program in Massachusetts does away with that separation. The new program in Massachusetts is 5 megawatts AC cap for any project, public, private, whatever. So,
You're saying there's a new one that's going to take away the limitation.
yeah, the what they call the SMART program in Massachusetts, which is the program that will take over. The current program's full. I let the record show that I in no way indicated concurrence with Scott's remark. I was born in Massachusetts and I grew up in upstate New York, so I gotta keep good. So the new program as drafted is a 5 megawatt project limit AC for any kind of project.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, Erin Hogan with Utility Intervention Unit. I have a couple of observations, and then I think I'm kind of reiterating something we put in our initial comments, and I think it's an important point. So as an observation, I think the economics makes sense to me that, it would make sense if you could go to a larger size. One of the things that concerns me, though, is I think Dennis was talking about the beauty of diversity. And if you have concentrations of these 5 megawatts, you're going to have greater swings. And so if you look at Central Hudson's peak, it's much lower. If you have a bunch of 5 megawatts on Central Hudson and you have clouds coming through, that's a different animal to handle on an operations perspective. So I think we need to contemplate what this means to operators. Additionally, I think the point made about landfills, though, perhaps, and to Miles' point, or Kevin, no, Sean, I'm sorry. Sean's point is that, how do we encourage diversity? And then to the point about the brownfields, perhaps we could make an exception for brownfields so that that would encourage areas that could be helpful and not, take up greenfield space. To me, intuitively, that seems a nice way to incentivize that. Then the other aspect I think we should really think about, and I don't know if this comes in when we talk about the UBP DER, is that when we start concentrating these systems and the load potentially starts growing around it and relying on it, like in the bulk power system when a generator retires, there's potentially could be immediate reliability issues. So we need to contemplate what this means to the planning and the obligations that these systems will just not pack up and go away overnight and leave the consumer stuck paying for a remedy in their absence. Okay.
Aaron, I just want to address a couple points so that we kind of all understand the landscape and the makeup of how the solar projects work. Oh, sorry. David Sandbank with New York Sun. Nice, Serta. It's my belief that if we go, let's say, hypothetically to 5 megawatts, what that's most likely going to do is for a single developer or a series of projects by a developer combine multiple projects into one project to reduce the cost rather than take it away from somebody else. That's number one.
Excuse me, in what do you base that conclusion on?
I base it on the pipeline that we have, and to Melissa's point, Cypress Creek is not alone in stringing a bunch of projects together. The amount of lawyers and accountants it takes just to put that together, separating plots because of this 2 megawatt rule is challenging for these developers. And what I'm looking to do is help, how do we lower the cost of solar so that we can get into the lower cost tranches? How do we constantly reduce the cost of solar? This could be one, element of that, but I think I just wanted to address your concern that this is taking away from somebody else. I think more it's just reducing the cost of the overall project, and for the most part. And then on the diversification side, obviously, the megawatt block has separate allocations budgetarily for different type projects. So I don't think we're going to see too much of taking away from other project developers or other project types by doing this as well.
So do you have any concerns about concentrating, potentially allowing a 5 megawatt and having the trends shift and just having many concentrate at 5 megawatts, again, down in Central Hudson's area, that potentially with a really low peak and the clouds change suddenly or roll in, you have a system change, and are they able to handle it?
Well, I think it's going to have to go through a series of requirements by the utility company to address that, regardless if it's 1 2 megawatt project, 1 5 megawatt project, or 3 2 megawatt projects. So, there's no difference between a 5 megawatt project and a 2 megawatt project on how that's going to be analyzed.
So do they take that in consideration during the interconnection process?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was going to say is that, if we put 3 2 megawatts side by side, and that's 6, that is the same thing as having a 5 and then throwing an extra 1 in there. So at this point, by allowing the limit per project to be to 5, we won't be changing actually how much megawatts is at any given location. We'll just be making the implementation of it there more cost effective. But it's not going to, in terms of operation or reliability, which were your interesting concerns, it won't change. The same megawatts will still be there in either case. And so those things are addressed in the interconnection study process. And then as we actually get to higher penetrations, those will absolutely come up as things that are part of that process.
And then what about my concerns? Does anybody else share the concerns about people going away and potentially leaving a reliability vulnerability, shall we say? If the megawatts just decide, if the business folds and they take away and the solar panels are used as collateral, they pack them up one night and off they go, and what happens to the system at that point?
I guess Steve's coming up next, so maybe he can address some of these concerns, but I would think that the utilities do a pretty good job of maintaining resiliency, and the ISO does too, and just as, when the upstate nuclear plants threaten to close, the state is going to look at these situations and make sure that people's power stays on. I trust the utilities will make sure that happens.
I think it's something that it's a good, interesting question. And as we get to higher penetrations of DG across the state, I'm sure, just like the NISO does for larger generators, there's very clear processes. I think it hasn't come up because we're just usually not there yet.
Well, let me explain. Because of my experience at the ISO, when we start changing rules to allow, we start off and we're like, okay, no problems. We'll let it slide because it's a low amount of capacity at this point. But then when we start introducing rules when it's potentially a problem, it's a nightmare. So my suggestion is like we lay out the ground rules now that if in the event you got folks close or maybe it's bonding that leaves, I don't know what it is, but we cannot just kick the can down the road because it really doesn't go well even
And
later.
I wasn't suggesting kicking. I just didn't think it had to relate to the 5 megawatt. You're going to see 6 megawatts or 5 megawatts in one form or the other. That's not going to. I don't think this affects the 5 megawatt decision, but it's a good point, I think, in general for these discussions in industry. I wasn't trying to imply we shouldn't look at it sooner rather than later.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think it's also particularly relevant where projects are getting an LSRV, in which case the utility potentially is relying on them to some degree.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve Wemple from Con Ed. Just to put things in perspective, Melissa or Sean, a 2 megawatt project, 10 acres, something like that?
10.
10 acres,
Yeah,
right?
10, 12.
Figure anywhere between 5 to 7 acres, depending on what the Tilton
Yep,
has.
okay, yeah. Anyway, just
per megawatt.
Per megawatt. So 2 megawatts, 10
10 to
to
12.
14, 10 to 12. Anyway, 10. So anyway, just so people understand the scales we're talking about, because sometimes megawatts don't really translate. Not everybody has driven by one of these big projects and seen it. I think it's a great idea to raise the question of can we achieve better economies and scale. I would actually say we need to address that to get to our broad clean energy standard. But the obvious question is, do we do it on do we call this distributed resources, or at what point do we call it utility scale? So I would suggest we need to think about the incentives to get utility scale solar up and running, which would be outside of distributed resources. And maybe that's a way for NYSERDA on brownfields to help and come up with the right incentive structure to encourage that, because that might be a different perspective on things. And I believe, following up on the Massachusetts comment, while Massachusetts, yes, allows 5 megawatt projects, they pay less when they get bigger, with the exception of some brownfields where they do give the full SREC.
With their incentive program, which in fact the megawatt block also pays less for larger projects.
Yes.
And then the SIR, to be clear, already has a definition for distributed, which 5 megawatts is it. So we would agree with you, we should not extend this to 40 megawatts, but within the definition that the state has decided is distributed, then we should use that definition.
But you'd agree that Massachusetts SREC effectively pays less for the bigger projects? It scales
Just
them down?
like the megawatt program here, yes.
Okay,
Megawatt
thanks.
block program.
Steve, we got plenty of bargain acres upstate compared to what you have to pay down there.
Yep. A quick clarification is the Massachusetts program that's ending, there's no difference on SRECs based on project size. The part that's different is the net metering credit. The net metering credit, if you go from a class 2 to a class 3, which means from if you're above 1 megawatt AC, you're a class 3 net metering project, and the net metering rate goes down.
So for the purpose of today, let's acknowledge that size matters, and we'll figure out how that applies here.
Right, but there's no change in any compensation in Massachusetts' old program going from 2 megawatts to 5 megawatts, and in the new program coming is also not that done that way.
Morning, Adam Flint from Southern Tier Solar Works, located in Binghamton. So I like the idea of reducing project costs whenever possible. I will say that currently project economics, as many of you are well aware, we do community development or try to, in the Southern Tier area is not very attractive for smaller systems, to be euphemistic about it. But actually, the thing that I wanted to bring up, since we're talking about barriers right now, is what Jeff raised, which is the situation with local permitting authorities. I'm one of the guys who's out there who wasn't really paid to do this, who is out there trying to help support, educate local authorities about this. And while this isn't part of this proceeding directly, I would strongly suggest that the commission allocate far more resources to NYSERDA and to other relevant agencies, whether it be the Ag and Markets, or whether it be Department of State, because we do have a home rule state here. And
you mean the state budget, right? Not the department?
Yeah.
I don't care where the money comes
The
from.
general fund.
Rate base it? No. Well, so when we get to the last session, you're going to hear from me on rate basing things as far as LMI, very strongly. But I really think that this is a fundamental barrier.
In the interest of time, let
Yes,
me say that.
I understand.
No, thank you. Let me say that the issue of permitting is in the forefront of the state's mind. This is an area that falls four square in among NYSERDA's initiatives. And if David hadn't already begun to think of presenting on it this afternoon, or this morning, you will, but not now.
Yeah, and I would say let's stick to the 5 megawatt size matters subject matter here. Adam, during my presentation, I welcome you to come up and we'll discuss more about it.
It was unclear in the agenda where this would come up.
That's fine.
All right, thank you.
So I just have a quick question. I'm going to sum up the goals of REV in my mind, which are reducing carbon as cost efficiently as possible and allowing customers to benefit from as much system efficiency, which reduces customer bills, right? So those are the two overall goals that can be broken into 18 subcomponents. So we heard a whole bunch about competition for other projects. So if you increase the cap to 5 megawatts, does that cause competition for financing for larger projects that wouldn't have gotten the value stack, that potentially would have reduced carbon more cost effectively, as we just said, because of scale, than some other projects? So does it cause competition for financing for those projects? And I don't know if that's been looked at. We talked about smaller projects, but I'm more interested in the larger
Can you say
projects.
that again?
So does it cause competition for financing for larger projects, because now this 5 megawatt, which is larger,
Oh, you mean does it compete with projects that would be proposed for the transmission system?
Yep. Or larger utility scale projects that may come to be that aren't getting value stack competition.
No, I mean, right. I mean, I can speak for us. I mean, I know we do both scales. You know, we're active in the NISO and transmission level projects, and then we're also very active on the distribution system. And no, they're not in conflict in terms of a financing perspective.
Okay.
I haven't heard it being an issue with
what
anyone
you're
else.
saying is if there's higher compensation over here and lower compensation over here, that won't necessarily cause people to chase the higher compensation.
That's a related but different issue. The issue that we're focusing on today is, does raising the cap produce economies of scale that are worth effectuating? I think the issue of financing, competition for financing, and I don't mean to be flip about this at all, I think all of our experiences where you have a project that makes sense economically, it will be financed, period, full stop. The challenge that we recognize is, how do we take this new program with all of its newness and all of its complexities and be able to present it in a way that's understandable to people outside of this room? And that's something we've been working on very hard, and it's true of any new program, and I think we'll be successful at it.
And so my comment was just about reducing carbon as cost effectively as possible.
Yep.
Thanks, Scott.
But Joe, thanks for being concerned about financing in the solar industry. Appreciate it.
All right, this will be our last comment on this topic.
Hi, Jen Metzger. I'm actually going to wear my local municipal official hat right now to just say that I really appreciated Ron Leonard's comment, and it's very common in comprehensive plans of municipalities to prioritize development of brownfields. And I know that many municipalities in our area are looking to this use for their landfills. And somebody had mentioned, well, aren't the costs lower? But it's actually the interconnection costs can be higher. And so if it is incentivized in another way, if bigger projects are possible, you know, if that brings down costs in another area, that would probably be beneficial.
I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Jen Metzger.
Oh, Jen. Ron did bring up a good point on brownfields, and that, again, to Scott's point, that's something that I'll address in some adder discussions in my presentation as well.
Right. Okay.
But the higher interconnection costs per megawatt, or
Just because of where the brownfields happen to be located.
I see.
You know,
They're
I
more
mean,
difficult
as opposed to
locations.
like a developer going and sussing out the best opportunities in a town on, like, for instance, prime agricultural land, we would like to see them looking at brownfields. So.
But it's not necessarily. It's just
Right. No, I've just known examples of that in my area, that it's been too expensive. And also just want to point out from the community's perspective, getting variances, that kind of thing, that's not such a huge burden. The burden is more on the developer than it is on the towns. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. And again, anybody who wants to comment further on this, please send your comments in through DMM before April 17th. Next, we'll turn to the topic of consolidated billing. I'm going to invite Hannah Masterjohn, Emily Kaspar, and Kevin Bailey to come to the head table. And I again want to point out that Dennis Fair and Ed Scarborough each indicated that they have questions they want to present, so you two can be the lead-off questioners to this panel. Here comes Hannah. And Kevin. I see we have a designated hitter for. So why don't you each introduce yourself, and then you can go in whatever order you decide.
Sure. Good morning. Hannah Masterjohn, Clean Energy Collective.
Kevin Bailey, High Peak Solar.
Nate Owen, Ampion.
You want to kick it off? All right. Forgive me, I made some notes. Make sure I didn't forget anything. This is consolidated billing, right? That's what we're doing right now? Okay. All right. So there's a lot going on these 2 days. All right. So wanted to set the stage to, I think there's been a lot of questions over the last couple days about billing for CDG. So wanted to take a second to make sure we're all clear on definitions. So we'll distinguish consolidated billing from bill crediting. Bill crediting, I think we'll get into after this topic right here. Bill crediting is the placement of credits on subscriber bills associated with their proportional interest in the CDG project. And that's a really fundamental underpinning of the entire community solar structure, and something that we obviously need to get in place quickly to allow the CDG program to get off the ground. Consolidated billing, a term that's been used with the ESCO market in New York, refers to the situation where you have the utility post not only the credit on the customer's bill, but also post the charge for the community solar subscription. And then remit that payment, the portion of the payment that's for the subscription, back to the project developer, minus any fee that the utility might charge for providing that collection service. So, very simple example I put together to help people think about this. So let's say David's typical monthly electric bill is $100. He signs up for where's your efficiency, man? Signs up for a CDG project, and in a given month, his bill credit from that project is $90. So now he's got a $10 net utility bill. And then there's a charge on his bill. If you had consolidated billing, there'd be a charge on his bill for the CDG subscription of, let's say that's $80. So you've got his $10 net bill plus the $80 subscription charge. So now he's going to pay the utility $90 that month. So notice that's a savings. That's a $10 savings versus what his utility bill was before he signed up for community solar. So he's happy. So consolidated billing has a number of benefits for a number of different parties. First, it's obviously one less bill for the customer. They're not getting a separate bill from the community solar provider for the subscription. So that's easier for the customer, but it's also really intuitive. You know, the utility bill is the place where most people think about paying for energy transactions. So to be able to have one place where you're paying your traditional utility bill, you're seeing your credit for the community solar, and you're paying for the community solar with one check, one electronic payment, kind of makes it easier for everybody. For the community solar provider, why do we want this? When we look at, we've all been talking about how do we reduce the costs of community solar in New York and make it economic across a lot of the state. When we look at our project costs, you've got the upfront costs, you've got ongoing costs. Billing collections is one of the biggest ongoing costs. We have to do this every month for all of our customers for 20 years, 25 years, whatever the project term might be. So, and it's expensive, right? And so we can do it in-house. We can contract with a third-party payment processing company. Developers do all of those things. But the utility is already billing all of these customers. So they are in a position to do it likely significantly lower cost than developers can do on their own or with a third-party company. And so that cost savings is a win-win for everybody. And for the utility, it's a potential to create a new revenue stream. So we're certainly not asking for this service for free. This is something that developers would pay the utility for. They could do it, there's a number of ways that payment could be structured, per bill basis, a per, customer per month, per, number of different ways you could structure that, but it could create a new revenue stream for the utility. And I want to be really, really clear. Our very strong recommendation is that any exploration of consolidated billing should be done with the idea that it would be at the option of the community solar provider. So there may be companies that, for whatever reason, they want to bill their customers themselves, and we're not trying to prescribe a business model here or take that choice away from developers, but simply provide a lower cost option by utilizing the utility billing system. I think that's, as I mentioned, a number of different ways to structure this. Those of you familiar with the retail market, this is probably sounding a bit like purchase of receivables for ESCOs. I think that could be one way to do it. I know there are complexities with that. I don't think it has to be done that way. And so we'll need a little more, implementation here and discussion of what exactly this looks like, but I'm really glad that, the commission teed this up as an issue and can start to hash
I was
it out.
feeling really good till the end of your presentation.
I take it back.
No. So just to be clear, I've understood that at least your company is not advocating for the purchase of receivables design.
I would say not
Say yes.
exclusively. Yes. Okay. Not in the short term.
Could I jump in briefly just to make sure everyone understands what purchase of receivables is for those of you who aren't as familiar with how ESCOs work? So for ESCOs, when the utility is doing a single bill on behalf of the ESCO, they're actually purchasing their receivable, the amount that the customer owes the ESCO, from the ESCO. So they immediately send the ESCO a check, whether or not the customer pays them, for about, it varies by utility and situation, but about 95% of what the ESCO billed for. And if the customer then fails to pay, it's then the utility's responsibility to collect that and the utility's loss if it ends up being an uncollectible. By contrast, you could have a model of consolidated billing where instead the utility waits until they actually get paid by the customer and then sends it forward to the solar provider or the CDG provider. And if the customer doesn't pay, it remains the CDG provider's responsibility to collect from the customer. Or you could have something potentially somewhere in between where the utility has some collections role. There are options in exactly how you could manage that. But that's kind of the primary distinction between purchase of receivables and not.
Or what Scott said.
Okay, well, I'm just going to speak briefly about a couple real-world experiences I've had out in the field. High Peak Solar is a New York company, and we've talked with a lot of people locally about CDG and have heard concerns on the ground. For example, we've worked with a apartment owner who has hundreds of units and is planning to bring on hundreds more over the next couple of years, and they would like to sponsor a CDG project for their units. But the challenge of billing that they're looking ahead to potentially is causing them to perhaps not do the project altogether. And I see this as a huge concern. Even when I speak with homeowners, idea of having another bill is something that you can see the look on their face when you mention there's two bills coming to them going forward. So I support consolidated billing in general. Obviously, there's a lot of concerns in detail going forward, but just like to mention a few issues I'm seeing and hesitations that it's causing in development.
Thank you.
Well, we do that kind of billing, so you can more than welcome to contact us. It's something we do. There's all kinds of versions of consolidated billing across the country. There is rate-ready consolidated billing. There's bill-ready consolidated billing. And I'd like to propose that we think about supplier consolidated billing. I mean, I think that would be revolutionary in New York. I expect a lot of people are cringing, really, when I talk about supplier consolidated billing. But the most successful competitive market in the country is ERCOT. ERCOT started with a consolidated billing model from day one, and it has been very few people can argue with the success of the ERCOT deregulated marketplace. A supplier consolidated model works where the supplier is responsible for billing. So the customer experiences a lot less confusion. There's one provider that's responsible for answering the phone. There's one provider who's responsible for maintaining their own internal financials, contract terms, and so forth. They take charges that are received on a transaction from the utility on a monthly basis, put that directly onto a bill, and the supplier is responsible for the customer relationship. Now, that would be a big leap for New York to take. But we are re-envisioning how we do things around here. And if I have the opportunity to put that on the table, I'd like to do it because it does eliminate a lot of issues in our industry. All kinds of things we talk about in terms of payment and billing and customer confusion and customer service and the cost of upgrading utility billing systems and sharing data and all those things. A lot of those issues are mitigated, not entirely, but to a fairly significant degree when you start talking about a revolutionary new model like consolidated billing. That said, in our world, we deal with two different forms of utility consolidated billing, rate-ready and bill-ready. And I would highly recommend that a bill-ready consolidated model be available in this market. A bill-ready consolidated billing model is available all over the place, and the critical nature of the bill-ready consolidated model is that developers get to keep the financial terms of their contracts confidential between them and their customers. In a rate-ready scenario, operators need to provide the utilities with their rates, and that provides a lot less flexibility with respect to how a developer wants to bill for their product. So developers or asset owners want to deploy all kinds of different contract terms, from percent offs to per kilowatt hours with floors and ceilings. And those terms are going to evolve, especially with pricing based on locational marginal prices in New York. So there will be all kinds of different contracts explored between operators and customers, and a bill-ready consolidated model is what allows operators the flexibility of negotiating varying contract terms that meet the subscriber's interests. So that's sort of halfway between rate-ready consolidated billing by the utility and supplier consolidated billing. I will tell you, though, that Constellation and Direct are conducting a pilot somewhere in the Midwest right now to try to help either Ohio or Illinois or one of those markets move to a supplier consolidated billing model. So there is a very significant amount of interest in energy markets across the country to move to a supplier consolidated billing model, and other markets are doing it. And if this state wanted to be, leading the beacon out there, that's one option to pursue.
Let me make the observation that supplier consolidated billing is not a new issue in this state, and I think that if we were to go down that issue set, this would not be the right venue to do it. Doesn't mean it shouldn't be done. Doesn't mean that it won't be done.
Yeah.
But the question here is, and I think as most people know who are involved in this market segment, there is a significant proceeding that's active now before the PSC. involving ESCO and retail supply issues. So the question here is, given the potential virtues of supplier consolidated billing, should this issue be deferred to that venue and allow it to take its course, or should we pursue a more limited version here and now for the purposes of reducing the cost of CDG project billing? And this is, I think, a more complicated question than it would seem at first, because it's possible that if we invest the time, energy, and effort to address it here and implement something, that in itself could end up being a slight deterrence to consideration of full-blown supplier consolidated billing. On the other hand, we raise the issue of full-blown supplier consolidated billing. It may be a long time coming before that issue gets resolved. So I take your point on the attractiveness of it. It's something that certainly is not new to this jurisdiction. But I ask people over the course of the next week or two to think about that balancing and being precise in your proposals of what we're trying to achieve and how that would be achieved. Hannah, you wanted to say something?
I agree. I want to be clear in terms of my comments. My understanding is that they're very different structures and very different models. If a purchase of receivables where the utility is taking on the risk, taking on the debt, that's a different consideration for all the parties. Obviously for the utilities, for regulators. That does have the enormous benefit of removing the bulk of the financial risk from the developer, which enables us to much more easily serve much broader populations, including low income and things like that, and significantly lowers our costs and our risk and et cetera. That's fantastic. I can see that taking some time to hash out. And I would say that a simple, whatever, on-bill repayment, on-bill financing, more of that type model where the utility is not actually purchasing the receivables but simply facilitating the billing, has the opportunity to really significantly reduce the collections cost as a soft cost of development and project management without, I think, a lot of that complexity. And we can do that in the near term. And as those of you who are running project economic models under the VDER Phase 1 tariff know, we could use that help in making more projects pencil. We could use that soft cost reduction now. So I'd love to see it move quickly.
Thank you. Dennis, do you want to present your questions first, and then when you're done, Ed, if you still want to, you can.
Thank you, Scott.
He's not here.
So Dennis Fair from Enter Solar. So just before I go into the questions, I'll just preface this, that increasingly it looks like from a developer's perspective that we're moving from traditional solar to the energy business. And, it looks like we're becoming quasi-ESCOs. We're providing energy services that include not just dumb solar, but smart dispatchable assets. And I really want to defer to those folks who have a lot more experience in what that means to cross that threshold in terms of, complexity and whatnot and billing. And I don't want to ever insinuate that we should go somewhere that I don't understand, because I don't understand what that means in terms of going over a cliff. So don't ever misconstrue where I'm saying we should go. So I think one fundamental thing to bear in mind, like within all of this, is that the sponsor is the customer from, to the utility. It's like it's a, and that's I'm not going to go into that much right now, but I think that we're always looking at the off-taker as being the customer, and while they're a customer too, when we're looking at billing and metering, we have to recognize that the responsibility from the utility to the sponsor is they are a customer too, and I'll return to that at some point later. But going into the questions, fundamentally, my questions really are around more about how do we get there from here? What is it that we can do now that's going to allow us to comply with the tariff as we expect it to come out under a VDER construct? And so specifically the questions that I put forth was, what billing and crediting information will the utilities provide to the CDG sponsors on their monthly electric bills? Will this be standardized and will it be auditable? And this has come up earlier, and it's the same issue. And the second question that I asked was, are the utilities capable of providing VETR billing services now? And does the DPS have an alternative plan in place if the utilities are incapable of doing so? And that this is already impacting the ability to finance projects or even get them started, because there's so much risk around this, because it's what is VETR? Can the utilities even bill to it? So I'm going to stop there and just, that's what I put out.
Okay, thank you. This seems to be, oh, good. I was going to invite you.
So just a quick question, I guess, for Hannah. So based on the number of different iterations for the model from the CDG developer to the subscriber, if the utility is doing all of the billing, would you see that being restricted for the utility to be able to do that? Or would you say any model could work in a utility build paradigm? Doesn't matter what the relationship between the developer and the subscriber is, that could all just be presented on a utility bill in some way?
I think that is an excellent question, and one of the things that we would need to get into in further conversations. Obviously the Commission has shown some interest in supporting a diversity of business models and product offerings between the developer and the customer. I can't sit here right now and think of any reason that some of those shouldn't be put on the utility bill, but you probably can. So, yeah, I think we just need to talk through it and make sure that customers are protected, but we're not overly restricting innovation.
There's another question that's implied under the heading of competition, which is, as you point out, Hannah, there are companies that do this now on a fee-for-service basis. Some developers may do it on their own, but there are third parties who do it. So does enabling utilities to do it inappropriately bring them into competition with those other third parties who now have their business model to do this? And I invite people to,
absolutely,
to comment on that. That's in and of itself doesn't bring about the answer, because if we can drive down soft costs, if we see that this is in fact encompassed as part of the DSP model for a utility, it may make sense, but it is not as clear a question as its presentation today might lead one to believe.
Took me a while to walk around. Okay. For either three of you, I think there's probably over 10,000 rooftop installations that either are customer owned, in some cases leased, in some cases a transaction that looks like a PPA between the developer. There's a variety of models out there working. How does that work, and how is that different than the CDG subscriber relationship? Why is this different, or what solution do they have for the existing rooftop that doesn't work here?
Well, and I think I can extend your question to say, what do CDG providers do in markets where consolidated billing is not available, right? Okay. I'm not in the rooftop business, but I believe, they bill them. So paper bills or electronic ACH, standard transactions, whatever it is, they bill the customers. And so it's not that that's impossible. It's just expensive. And it seems like this could be a lower cost solution and, importantly, potentially better for the customer.
Steve, I would just like to say, having sold many residential rooftop projects, the original system's flawed too. I've had numerous conversations with customers who are just totally confused on their cost savings. So it's a good question, but I don't think we're starting from a point of a good product to a better product.
Yeah, the difference is you've got an on-site meter, it's red, it's generally just billed per kilowatt hour. There's no real interfacing with the utility. There's no setting up allocations. There's no dealing with the complexities on a month-to-month basis that you see in a PPA. which generally requires a per kilowatt hour price. You're getting a lot of that information from the utility, including tariff values. It's a significantly different business model.
But you are generating, the developer in that case, under the PPA arrangement, is sending a bill to the customer.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, or
Okay.
doing it online and doing
yes.
automated payment processing.
Yeah, electronic is the
but a lot
modern
simpler.
equivalent.
But it's a lot simpler than dealing in a CDG world where you're billing in coordination with the utility and tariffs.
Just a quick comment that I know everybody in the front of the room knows, but we already have on-bill finance. I'm paying off my geothermal system on my NYSEG bill. I like it.
And if I can for a second, Scott,
Sure.
while we're pointing out market barriers, it's my understanding that, and I've been asked a lot this question, that residential rooftop solar system owners or people who have solar on their house can now participate in a solar farm. I know there was a ruling last fall that said commercial customers can, but is that accurate? Am I hearing that right from staff that that's the case?
Yeah, I believe that is the current
That is
rule
the
based
current
on
rule.
the CDG order.
Okay.
Yep.
And we invite people to take a look at the CDG order and let us know what you think. All right, why don't we move on to the next topic, which is customer maintenance costs. And Clean Energy Collective and Ampion will lead that discussion. If you didn't know that, you can be excused.
I can talk about that. I'll tell you what the number one cost is.
Do you want to?
Yeah. So, I mean, the number one cost of administering a CDG programming is that a lot of it is manual, and a lot of what we have to do, and I'm making comparisons to the retail world where a lot of systems have been in development over 20 years. We could do load forecasting and scheduling in the ISO on an automated basis, metering on an automated basis, account verification, historical usage consumption, almost everything that we could do in the retail world, we could do on an automated basis. In the CDG world, we try as much as we can to automate everything we possibly can, but dealing with or just interfacing with the utilities who have not been appropriately compensated to administer net metering programs in Massachusetts, and really it's huge amounts of disconnects within those organizations. I mean, I have people sitting in the back of this room who do nothing but spend their time trying to help various market participants and the distribution companies understand what rates to set up, what the charges are, how to calculate them, what the allocations are, and we spend a huge amount of time just going back into the financials and making sure that everything is reconciled appropriately. And that is by far our number one cost. Without a doubt. I mean, we spend a lot of money on software because we think that in the end this is a big business. We expect a lot of customers to be signing up. We know of operators that are looking to acquire tens of thousands of customers just this year.
So what, if anything, would you have the commission do to address that?
Well, I tell you, one of the biggest, I mean, generally speaking, there needs to be a medium ground between the functionality that the utility is providing and the functionality that the developers can provide. For example, the rules need to be put in place so that operators, have the appropriate billing paradigm. So a rate-ready billing scenario consolidated billing scenario would not be good. A bill-ready consolidated billing scenario would be much better. That would allow us to automate the billing processes. If we copied from the retail markets, for example, if I send in an 814 in a retail market, depending on where I am, a lot of times I can get 12 months of consumption data back. That consumption data is then utilized in our world now to create accurate allocations so that we're not oversubscribing or undersubscribing any particular customer. If we can just automate those data flows, and they are relatively simple because they exist in the retail world, it's just that in the retail world they're clouded by the EDI infrastructure that's been built up over the years. Last year, my company testified at right here about implementing what's called a RESTful API. RESTful API is today's version of of EDI. It's just much more secure, much more flexible, much more acceptable and expensive. Everybody here in this room has used the RESTful API this morning when they launched their phone browser or their banking interface. It's very inexpensive to develop. Every one of the utilities here probably already uses it, and it's easy to use. So your mom and pop solar developer who wants to put a CDG site in place can probably put together a basic database or spreadsheet that can share data via the RESTful API infrastructure, whereas EDI, no chance. No chance. Anybody that's going to want to do EDI in the solar or in the CDG world is going to end up having to hire some third-party consultant, spend a big amount of money to implement EDI. So I encourage you guys simply, and to take simple steps, because this is not new. We've had 20 years of experience in retail markets, not just in New York, but in 18 other states across the country. And the lessons learned from those are kind of basic. Purchase of receivables, bill-ready consolidated billing, a basic 814 structure. I use 814 is the EDI transaction set that's used for signing up customers and dropping customers. It's well known right now that the data elements in those transaction sets, if they can be structured in a RESTful API architecture and shared with operators on a after the meter read cycle, a couple days after, that would eliminate huge issues in the back office operations of CDG providers.
That's good. Thank you. Hannah.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I want to put this in context a little bit. I think the focus of this discussion right now is bill crediting, and it's on the agenda under customer maintenance costs. And when I hear customer maintenance costs, I think, okay, this is a category of soft costs that the Commission wants to see come down. And so I guess I want to make the suggestion that staff and the Commission view bill crediting as really its own very priority issue. It's not just like a soft cost that kind of needs to be improved and reduced over time. It is that, but it's also a really fundamental underpinning of the program. And the program does not work. It cannot get off the ground. Projects cannot go into operation until this is in place in the utility territories where we have projects coming online. So I think just the namiology there and the categorization of it as a work area going forward will be important. So let's talk about what needs to be done here, right? So I'll kind of step through it from the process of developing a community solar project. So we need to figure out what customers are we going to enroll. And so a community solar provider will go out, find customers. They then, as I think Nate was discussing earlier, need to verify with the utility that those customers are eligible for the program, right? So are they in the right territory? Are they in the right load zone? Is the proposed subscription sized properly to the customer's load? Are we meeting the 60-40 requirements that the Commission has set out for subscriber composition? They kind of need to run all those checks. An automatic interface with the utilities to do that would be efficient and cost effective for everybody. Then, okay, so we've got my group of eligible eligible customers. I'm going to assign them to a particular project. Okay, you're over here in this community solar array in this town. And then the provider needs to provide to the utility every month that list of customer name, account number, and percent allocation of the total credits generated by the project, right? And that could change every single month. So again, standardized format for that communication. It should happen electronically, and it really should be done on a online secure platform that the utilities can access, the developers can access, and the customers can access. Now they'll all have different levels of database access, but they all have their own login. It's secure and all that to enable this kind of two-way information flow to make the program work. So that's what we need. In my mind, thinking about how this rolls out, over the next several months, this is a significant task that the utilities will need to undertake to put this in place, and that should not be underestimated. I don't think anybody's underestimating it, but it's going to take significant work. And so I think we can, I just kind of sloppily ran through that requirements document, but I think billing and IT folks need to work together, from developers, utilities, put together that requirements document, make sure that the May 1 filings that come in from the utilities are meeting those requirements, and then just kind of iterate on, all right, how are we going to get these in place in every territory across the state. So,
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Mike Suma, department staff. So maybe Hannah or Nate, does anybody know the potential dollar impacts associated with some of these proposals? And I guess the reason why I ask that is for staff to make a recommendation to the commission on some of these issues. They're going to want to know how that's going to impact customers in the end, meaning that at some point there's a trade-off, right? So although these proposals are worthwhile, at some point, if it's too costly, it becomes a detriment to customers, right? So I guess, I don't know if that's information you guys have, the utilities could provide, but I think that's important information to kind of get to the bottom of this, to put forth a recommendation to the commission.
That's really hard to quantify. I'm not sure. It's going to be different for each utility, and one of the reasons I'm big on this RESTful API is because it's the simplest, cheapest, easiest, quickest way to do things. Quite honestly, I think that is. I'm worried about signing up 30,000 customers in the next 9 months. And I'm worried about my staff having to do that manually, to enter it into some portal somewhere, just like the Minnesota market has. I'm very concerned about that. So, what we've tried to propose is the simplest. Copy from the retail world, copy the data elements. Just give us an export of the data 2 days after you get it into your metadata management system. Just set up an automated routine where we can just get an FTP, a CSV file. Everybody knows what a CSV file is. Get a CSV file that's password protected, send it securely to an FTP site that my database can scan. This is rudimentary system stuff. This is the easiest stuff you can do. I don't know all the inner workings of these massive billing systems that are at these utilities, so I can't tell you what it's going to cost. But I can tell you that in order for the market to work, in order for people not to get really teed off because everything's messed up, the fundamentals have to be in place. And this is one of those things that's going to have to be done. It's going to have to be done, just like it had to be done in retail. It had to be done in retail because retailers didn't know what the customers were using unless that data was shared. And the same experience is going to happen here. The exact same thing is going to happen here unless we get that very basic data feed on a monthly basis. And so I can't tell you what it's going to cost. I just know that's the simplest, easiest way to get it done.
And I think I don't have cost estimates here today, but I can follow up with you guys and provide some boundaries and estimates. Yeah. I will say, it's my understanding that various utilities across New York are thinking about this different ways. Some might look to in-house IT departments to try to develop a solution. Some might look to third parties. I think it would be prudent to ensure that all of the utilities consider probably both of those approaches and see which is the most cost-effective and best solution. I do also want to caution the flip side, which is what happens if you don't do this. So I'll tell you what happens if you don't do this. You get what we have experienced in places like, let's say, Massachusetts, where we have, dozens of projects in Massachusetts, but we have a number that are online in a couple different utility service territories, and we have gone months there with customers not receiving any bill credits. Receiving inaccurate bill credits. We don't know this because we don't get any information from the utility necessarily on what bill credits were applied to our customers' bills. So now we sold our customers something, and we don't know if they're getting it. We don't know if it's correct. And we find this out when our customers call us and say, what's going on here? And the way that this has played out in Massachusetts, unfortunately, in some cases, is customers going to the commission and complaining. Customers refusing to pay their utility bill. Even though we tell them, hey, you got to pay your utility bill, they're mad. They don't want to. They're not getting these credits. So,
can I see that?
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's a little different than some of the other stuff I was hearing about. Standardized formatting, automated data files, bill-ready systems. Some of that could end up being very costly, and I don't know the state of all the utilities' billing systems. I'll tell you now, standardized formats could be problematic.
Yeah, so right now in Massachusetts, that form, the customer name, account number, it's called the Schedule Z in Massachusetts, the percent allocation, that's done on paper and written out and faxed or mailed or whatever from 1980 to the utility, and hand entered into spreadsheets. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of errors. So I don't think anybody in this room would suggest that that's how we should go forward in New York. So when I say standardized format, I mean something better than that.
I assume that you mean standardized bill formatting.
I meant
standardized data elements.
Yeah,
It's a
data.
standard transaction set, including the data elements, and it's in the data dictionary. And that's not hard to do. I mean, there are standards that have been set in the New York EDI proceeding, in the New England EDI proceedings, in EDIWG, and I mean, there are standards that exist, and they're very easy to get them.
Just a real quick question, and I don't know, Hannah, if you can speak to this, but as part of the original CDG order, the utilities did file the operating plans. Are there any foundations in that are helpful for this conversation, or maybe not helpful? I mean, what should we be mindful of there? I'm not intimately familiar with them, but
That's a really good question, and I'm not either. I
am, because
Okay,
we were the co-chair of that group, and I spent however long that work group lasted. We spent at least 6 months, I think, working on a very basic, what we're talking about right here. There was a little less understanding of how the market would work back then, so things such as the exchange of consumption data, or the effective date that an allocation would actually apply. We didn't work out every single detail that should have been worked out, but we did talk about the exchange of this data, and each of the utilities proposed the specific processes and formats and access to their historical consumption meter data management systems. They were not perfect by any stretch. For example, there was no standard. Each one utilized a different one. One of the problems was that I believe, if I recall, one of the utilities in their operating agreement suggested that we'd be sending in data via the mail, just not unlike the Schedule Zs in Massachusetts. So they're nowhere near ideal. But there was a step towards an exchange of electronic data, which is a step in the right direction. So while it's by no means perfect, it was definitely progress.
Kevin Bailey, High Peak Solar. Not sure why I left the table. I thought there was new people coming up or something. But so I think this is a larger concern. Hannah talked about oversubscriptions. And you may have lots of customers that are getting more cash applied to their bill than they're consuming. And obviously, it would be easier for the manager of that group of subscribers to look at a single spreadsheet and see that, rather than field 30 calls from different people to do that. So one of my questions is can that excess cash be reapplied back to the CDG host account? Or is that sort of lost money that is just on their account for forever? And then that may, if not, that may encourage them to use more electricity to kind of chew up that money.
It's my understanding that it's bankable for 2 years. Is it?
Right.
Well, so once it goes to a customer, there's no process for it ever going back to the CDG host account, although the one thing that could happen is the sponsor could at least temporarily lower their allocation so that they get less credits for a couple of months and eat it up that way. It is, and for the customer, it's actually bankable indefinitely for the term of the 20-year or 25-year compensation. For the sponsor, there's the 2-year limit if it's staying on the sponsor's account. But at least right now, there's no process for it to go back off a customer's account once it gets on there.
It just crossed my mind that may be an easy way to kind of maintain the sort of, the big pool of people in that case. And I feel like it's less critical for people that are undersubscribing, although they may want more, but there may not be more available under certain providers at the same time. So that just may be one way to easily.
This is why we need monthly consumption data, so that we can make modifications to those allocations as we need to. It's a very basic principle of energy markets. You look at what people are consuming and you adjust what you're supplying based on what you expect them to consume. That's why we need to make routine daily modifications to what our clientele are allocated, because things change.
They sure do. I was thinking, certainly annually you get a better picture of their total subscription and their allocation.
Yeah, you want to do a reconciliation on an annual basis.
I just had one clarification to ask about that. So as we switch from net metering, KWH based, to dollar based, does that become simpler? You just want to know what their dollars are?
No, you factor in the KWH plus the value of the KWH. So there's a whole other exercise there in keeping track of that value.
And what I'm saying is, when all they're getting is $1 credit and you're not even worrying about the kilowatt hours at the satellite accounts, you just need to know if they're banking or not. Right?
Every investor I've talked to, and it's a lot now, is very concerned about making sure every kilowatt hour that's produced is billed and paid for.
Does that come out of the NEM mindset that we're trying to change? No? Why? Why not? If everything turns to dollars.
But you had the same issue with monetary crediting before. Like I have monetary systems for commercial customers, and I have these same problems with one customer. How do I know how much to give them? I've got to know what their load is. I don't have this dynamic relationship.
Don't you need to just know their dollars so that you don't give them more than their dollars?
Pretty much.
Yeah. That sounds simpler to me than getting into utility tariffs, which admittedly are.
But that's one. If you want the dynamic ability to do like Joe says, to manage this relationship, you have to have the information to do it. Otherwise, you're taking my dollars, because I'm the generator, I'm the customer. You're taking my dollars, giving them all to the customer based on a calculation that I don't have a lot of ability to control if I don't have the data on it. And they're getting 100% of that credit, even though my relationship with them is they're only keeping 10 or 15% of it. They shouldn't get 100% of it.
I just wondered if getting away from them changes the kind of information you need and makes things simpler or cheaper, but I'm not.
And I think, Warren, we also have to remember that there's probably about 50 plus projects that are going to be NEM as well in Tranche 0. So,
optimistic about the future.
All right, next.
Thank you.
Next question.
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate that Nate pointed out to some of the existing processes, because we each of the utilities has defined in their procedures how, at least to start with, whether a CDG project, whether it's traditional NEM or whether it's value stacked, will identify subscribers 60 days before it goes live, 30 days before the effective cycle to change allocations. So that's already spelled out. It may not be perfect, it may not be the end state, but it's what we have to start with while we then figure out how do we calculate the value stack. In terms of talking about billing and how we might present it, that you drove a thought of, or a bad memory of the early days of retail access before we even had consolidated billing. And actually, we sort of sat down, as I was on the ESCO side, along with you, Nate, at that time, and kind of said, here's a gap. But the utilities came back and said, here's the cost. And the ESCOs said, who wants in and who can tolerate that cost? So maybe this would be a reasonable forum. Instead of assuming we can do it cheaper, let's perhaps have a session somewhere down the road of what do we think that cost might look like, and is it something the developers would want to subscribe and pay into, as opposed to just assuming it makes sense or we're the more cost-effective provider, because we may not be, depending on how our systems work. So That makes sense. If it does make sense, right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And one thing I'd like to ask you, because the utilities have been encouraged to develop portfolio management capabilities in the order, and that means deploying software systems like ours to service the DG community out there, buyers and sellers. That's fundamentally different than the way retail was set up. In the retail world, there was a sharing of data, not so much portals and that kind of thing. And it's a concern of mine because we're not seeking to sign up 5 customers. We're seeking to sign up millions of customers. And so I wonder how the utilities are approaching it in New York. Is it a portfolio management for within their service territory, capabilities provided to the operator on a incidental basis, or will there be an API sharing data for those of us that are looking at the whole country?
So I think the direction for utilities investing in AMI, you will see a green button connect deployment, which is a standard that this commission
absolutely,
seems
we love it.
Keen on it. So that will be there. It'll take a while to get there. In the interim, you'll probably see a lot of things once you get a project up and running. If you do it in downstate, you'll see a lot of transactions that look an awful lot like the ESCO world, because guess what? That's the system we have to share data. The earlier discussion was, if you want to prospect, how do we gain authorization if we don't have a UBP applicable, Uniform Business Practices applicable to distributed resource providers like you guys? We need some mechanism to contractually say, you've got the customer authorization and you'll protect their data, because we're
use the
sensitive
authorization form, though, right?
about, you need the whole set of terms and conditions to support that, which currently are in the UBP. So maybe we get a DER version of the UBP, or maybe we need to pull some stuff like that and do something bilaterally. We will figure that out. I think each utility will have a slightly different implementation step just because of the data we've got. Utilities without AMI will be different and have different processes to get the hourly data than utilities that do have AMI. So
what about a monthly read?
A monthly read, something looking like
you're talking about sharing data after an AMI implementation.
So a monthly read right now will look an awful lot like the existing ESCO RAISE systems for the existing CDG developers for the downstate utilities. You want to use a mic, Sarah Margaret? Somebody much more knowledgeable about it than me.
So just to speak to that point, and your point about monthly reads, once Green Button Connect is up and running for Con Edison, which we're targeting for January, that's what we agreed to in our rate case, anyone that signs up with us to exchange data that way is going to be able to get both interval and monthly reads.
Cool, great.
But again, it's only going to be usage data. That's phase 1. We have to take a phased approach and watch as the standard evolves, and then we need to evolve as a state on sort of adding additional data in.
Yeah, so. I just think that alone is a very big achievement. So,
well, thanks.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Steve, if I could just ask you a question while we have you at the mic, in terms of what the utilities anticipate to include in their May 1st implementation on any of these topics, and similarly, with respect to eventually updating, I guess, the operating agreements, how does that dovetail with implementation?
So we had not envisioned getting into that level of detail, and as I said, the enrollment mechanisms and the existing procedures for CDG are what we plan to apply, whether it's a NEM or a value stacked project. So we recognize we need to figure out how to calc the bills and present it to developers. We will not have a solution by May 1, but we know we need a solution before we go live, Q3, whenever we get a commission order.
Okay, very good.
So unfortunately, we won't have the answers May 1, but we will have a commitment to figure out enough of the detail to then have some informed discussions and make it work.
Yeah, and I think Scott had committed us to help facilitate that conversation amongst interested parties.
So some of that, may be in our, the April 23rd, which is I think a Sunday, so it'll be April 24th, our sort of filling in the gaps type process. So that might be a good place to put in what I'd call an essay response rather than a quantitative response, right? An explanation of how we plan to approach it.
Great, thanks.
Peter Shockey, National Grid. A lot of talk about the complexity and the difficulties of Massachusetts, which our affiliate in Massachusetts has felt that the difficulties of manual processing for that. But I wanted to point out, because of that, National Grid did authorize an investment to build a platform to deal with these issues for the what is remote net metering in Massachusetts and what's community DG here. There is an eye to applying it also to Massachusetts, to Connecticut, to New York, excuse me. Here, when they made the investment, if I recall the investment paper correctly, obviously we have to apply it within the rules of each state and what the state allows for processing and transfer of data to customers, et cetera. But at least that's a step. We've thought about it. We've considered it. We've incurred the O&M expense of doing manual processing and realized this is a much better way to do it. So just wanted to let people know it was happening.
That's great to hear, Peter. And I would say, I would encourage the utilities that are looking at CDG projects likely coming online sooner. I think obviously that's where the crunch time is, right? To make sure that when those projects interconnect, there's a functional system in place. Yeah, well, that's exactly.
Sir.
Good morning. Tom Guzek, Solar Park Energy. I got to tell you, past couple of days, there's a lot of complexity, obviously, with CDG. And if you speak to the investment community or you speak to consumers about this, we're chasing it's a long putt, first of all, to get an investor to even look at these programs. And all of the details that you're speaking of are unless we get some solid a point where we take a step back and instead of trying to race to a more clarity in the kilowatt hour costs. A customer right now, if you really want to go and accelerate the use of solar energy, especially in the CDG programs, you need to make it as simple as possible. Right now, it's getting more and more complex because you keep pushing you're moving I call it a long putt. You keep moving the hole, okay? And speaking from a developer standpoint and an investment standpoint, I find it increasingly difficult to get capital to be able to do this. Putting my own capital at risk. Try finding someone who is not spending hours and hours a day looking at these projects. So, if we can get some more clarity and stop trying to move the project to more clarity, as you may think it is, we need to stop and moving from NEM to VDER in such a fast way. We've moved this thing in basically 6 months. Just when we're working on a NEM project, you move to VDER. And this becomes extremely difficult. So billing questions, you already have a platform to some degree. We're working with ESCOs. ESCOs have a current platform to be able to do this. They're the most logical candidates to get a CDG program up and running and in place. If you give them the ability to utilize consolidated billing just like they do now, they can go after the customers that they're currently going after. And the utilities already are servicing that through their retail programs. So you've got PORs in place, you've got consolidated billing in place. I fail to understand why you wouldn't want to make that happen. There's revenue opportunities for the utility, to continue, and there's also a simplicity that makes it easy for the developer to get capital and for the consumer ultimately to be able to understand what they're getting.
So the pace of the transition was approved by the Commission in the March 9th order, which included a tranche 0 for continuing NEM. That's going forward. The draft tariffs for those have come in, and the utilities have requested the extra time we need, a couple extra weeks, to nail down those tariffs. So with respect to that PUD, those tariffs are there. With respect to putting on the value stack, I used to work on golf courses when I was much younger. And it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and we haven't cut the holes for the day yet. And that's what's going to be filed on May 1st. That's what we're going to be working hard on, and that's what the Commission's going to approve in August, hopefully at the earliest. But with respect to NEM, this is the transition plan away from NEM for the larger customers. For rooftop, for mass market customers, it's a longer transition. They continue with NEM. But for CDG projects, there's the tranche for NEM. Those tariffs are in and being worked on, and, feel free to comment on them. But with respect to the value stack and all the going forward issues, we're still cutting that hole, so we're not moving a hole. We haven't cut it yet.
There's a substantial amount of interest from investors who want to participate in CDG, okay? And it's taken literally months and months to get them to understand CDG and its complexity prior, with the NEM in place, okay? So now you've got a tranche 0, which requires a 25% down payment to get into to capture NEM in first phase, and the accelerated movement into the tranche 1, 2, and 3 is not allowing us to even capture enough of an investor grouping to what I consider put in a substantial amount of CDG in areas like Western New York, which doesn't get a lot of press, okay, but it's a low-cost kilowatt hour area. It's got a substantially different perspective in terms of a penciling out projects. So all I'm suggesting to you is that there seems to be an acceleration of trying to get more of a to get answers to some of these questions, while we still are just trying to get the fundamentals of phase 1 in place. So
I appreciate your comments. If just two things to note, we're all here reacting to decisions adopted by the Commission. The first pertinent decision was July of 2015, which envisioned us being here today. That order, in adopting community distributed generation, envisioned a future moving beyond NEM. So that was pretty clear from the adoption of this program, and we've been reacting based on that Commission decision ever since. The Commission's March 9th order, again, gave some pretty clear direction on this phase 1, and so we're here today wrestling with implementation issues per the Commission's direction. And so with respect to the investment community, which I appreciate those comments, and I know Scott committed us yet again to another task, but I know that I guess it was several months ago, the Green Bank hosted a seminar for investors to work through CDG, and I know Scott envisions more of those types of direct dialogue to help the investment community understand where we're heading here, both in the near term and long term. But appreciate your comments. Thank you. We'll go with one more question, and I think we'll keep moving here.
Hi, Brian McNerney from NYSEG and RG&E, and my question is for developers in general, and really just for my own education. When you're signing up customers for a CDG, what are you selling them? What are you selling them as owner of a project, and what's your view on the crediting that if I sign up, the crediting I can receive?
Sure. So we have a few different product offerings for customers now, and maybe we'll come up with some new ones in the future. But the ones we have now are generally based around that you are buying or subscribing to an amount of kilowatt capacity of the project, and so you are signing up for the rights to the output of that chunk of solar panels, and the credits associated with that, whether applied in kilowatts or dollars. Now, I think the structure that staff that under the March 9th order, what I'm hearing over the last couple of days in terms of the way staff is interpreting that, in terms of the machine generates a pot of dollar credits, and then it's up to the developer to allocate those dollar credits to subscribers, and they can change that allocation on a monthly basis based on whatever their business model is. That's I think really interesting. I know my company will be thinking through.
I guess that was.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking
well,
at.
Well, that's new as of yesterday. So, and to me, so I think folks will be thinking through what that means. I think there's a lot of opportunity there to come up with interesting new models and maybe help protect, mass market residential subscribers to CDG from some of the variability in the VDER tariff. So that's very interesting. I also think there could be some risks in terms of product design and just being real clear about what we are selling and what they are getting, and so.
So my question is your question too.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you, we support a lot of different developers right now that are tackling that question right now. Explaining the credits is very much a challenge, and I don't know anybody that's really figured that out to the point where they could explain it to my mom. That just ain't gonna happen. But the value proposition is totally different. I mean, it's clean energy, it's a lower price product, it's all American or whatever it is. The value proposition is being explored right now by all kinds of different companies. So I don't think that's figured out. Okay. But the contract terms that I see the most, without a doubt, are some % off the utility rate every once in a while with a floor structure in there, although infrequently, and that's very routine. So I expect those products to be more of a, start to look more like retail over time.
So rate, not bill.
I'm sorry?
Rate, not bill.
% off the utility rate per kilowatt hour.
That's not what we do, just to be clear.
All right, great. Thank you, panelists. So you may be excused. So we're gonna, as Scott noted earlier, we're gonna skip lunch and move right through. Yeah, we're skipping lunch.
Peter, can I suggest a 10-minute break just to stretch our legs, or is maybe? And then I'll be
right.
10 minutes faster.
All right, be back here. We'll get going again at 12:15.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right. So I think we're back. We're back live here. We'll get moving. Before we turn it over to NYSERDA to give some informational presentations on several topics, we do have one last presenter on the market barriers segment. So the City of New York wanted to speak to market barriers related to their NYPA customers. So they're going to just spend a few minutes here this morning going through those.
Okay, thanks. My name's Adam Conway, and I'm a lawyer, and I represent the city of New York. And one of the issues that we've raised throughout this proceeding is NYPA customer participation in projects, CDG, but other projects under this new VDR tariff. And there is a little bit of a nuance associated with it. I'll see if I can kind of explain it at a high level and then talk a little bit about where we're going with this. In some respects, it's a fairly specific issue to New York City and some of the other governmental customers, but we think this sound effects could have. This is very important, I promise. It has some pretty broad implications, we think, because there are some big-time energy users for the city accounts and some of the other governmental customers. You have things like schools, hospitals, sanitation, wastewater treatment, ports. Not so much. I'm not here specific for the other governmental customers like the MTA is an example, but these customers all take service from the New York Power Authority under a NYPA tariff, and they pay NYPA for their delivery. They pay for delivery and commodity to NYPA under that NYPA tariff, and then Con Edison bills NYPA. Con Edison actually does the delivery of the electricity. They bill NYPA under the Con Edison PASNY tariff. I'm hoping I'm getting all of this right. It's sort of like trying to keep it at a high level. The idea is that the Con Ed delivery is supposed to be essentially a pass-through through the NYPA tariff. There's a little bit of nuance there, but that's the general structure of how these governmental customers take service. It's not entirely clear to us how these governmental customers would participate under the VDR tariff and essentially translate whatever credits would be earned by their participation through these various tariffs. Who gets credit for the delivery, the energy, the E, all of those things? How do they get allocated to the Con Edison customers, the NYPA customers, et cetera? So we think there's some issues there, and there are conversations that are going on both between Con Edison, NYPA, and the city to talk these through. And ultimately, I think the goal is to come back to this group at some point in the near future and say, this is how we think this could be resolved, and this is how we think this might be able to be implemented. We would need both, buy-in from staff, the commission, and most likely the rest of the group to talk this through and understand what these implications are. But essentially, we're just trying to keep this on the radar for the time being. I think we realize there's a lot of things going on with all the other stuff that has to get worked out as part of this. But given the size of the city and its interest in supporting renewable energy in general, we think the city could play a pretty significant role, maybe as like an anchor tenant or supporting low to moderate income participation in these projects. And really just want to keep that on the radar to see that that's coming down the road. And hopefully this is something that gets addressed in the near term as part of this proceeding. That's really all I have to say, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Anybody have questions or perspectives on this question?
I'll give you just a little color quickly, just because, there will be no anchors under phase one, just because of the way you have the market transition credit applied. So there's no rationale. No, now it is. So there's no rationale to have a commercial off-taker because you're going to receive so much less. So you can try and solve it for phase two, but that's a long ways off. And I think if you that one step added a lot more complexity in the billing too. And I think if you don't touch the tranches, don't touch the way things are done, but just rethink that late change there in terms of it's a production tariff. It should all get the same value. If you do that, then you can take on anchors. You can lower the cost of financing. You can broaden the participation in the market. It solves a lot of problems with a very simple fix, and it doesn't add a lot of complexity to it. My question would be that under the old mechanisms,
NIPA wasn't eligible because they weren't paying into RPS. So you got to think, right? Is that right, David? If you were a NIPA customer, you couldn't do a net metered project because you weren't paying into the RPS or something?
No, we have energy funds for that.
You do, okay. So that's not an issue.
And there's mechanisms in the NIPA tariff that talk about net metering, and that's why I talk about, like, there's things to work out here as to the value of E and what happens to the REC and where does this all go. I take your point about the compensation as the anchor customer, and I think that still leaves a question of getting this straightened out so that the city can participate.
What investor wouldn't want the city as a bankable off-taker? You can strike a long-term contract with a very secure entity, lower your cost of financing it, but there's no market incentive to do so. And there's also, by the way, to Warren's point here earlier, there is no rooftop incentive or no rooftop tariff for commercial right now. You don't have net metering for commercial, and you don't have VETR. You don't have commercial solar in New York right now, as far as I
Great.
can tell.
Thanks, Dennis. Adam?
Is this, other than scale, any different in New York City than the rest of the state where municipalities and schools and others are taking NIPA power? And if so, how?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question because there are other NIPA customers besides
New
York City, and my response to that is I don't know.
I guess I was more directing at the commission or commission at the staff.
So I don't know all the details. For municipalities, the municipality itself is taking NIPA power, but then maybe if it's a municipal utility, distributing it to its residents. So in that case, many of the municipal utilities have voluntarily chosen to put in net metering tariffs. They weren't required to by the law or by the commission at any point.
I'm thinking here more about the power for the municipality's
municipal
own
usage.
operations or the school district's operations.
I
I think it's the same deal. So it's not,
likely is,
it's a
but I-
statewide problem. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. So I think now, excuse me. Now we're going to move into some informational presentations from NYSERDA. We're also joined by representatives from the New York Green Bank. So I think you guys have the balance of time. I think defer to you in terms of if you want to roll through everything and then take questions, or take questions based on the different sections you have. But
okay, I
I'll
think
go to
what
you,
I
David.
might do is do questions in between, so everything's fresh. If it gets unruly, we got to make sure we keep on time to let the other presenters go. We'll have to cut that off at some point. So let's introduce ourselves. I also, in the meantime, have a virtual panelist, Max Joel. I'm going to dial in as everybody's introducing themselves.
Hi, I'm Pete Costello. I'm a managing director and counsel for the New York Green Bank. I'm the managing director and counsel for the New York Green Bank, internal counsel.
Pete, do I dial 8 or 9? Straight up. One.
And I'm Jason Doling, also with NYSERDA, and lead our energy storage work.
And David Sandbank with New York Sun. That is so loud.
Thank you for calling NYSERDA. Wait,
Just stop calling, Ron.
I will.
And on the phone, this is Max Joel with New York Sun.
Well done, Max. Well done. I'll put you on mute for now until we get to your slide, okay? Okay.
No, that button stops him from hearing us rather than hearing him.
Max, you put us on mute until.
We'll address that in the value stack.
Yeah, if I can't get this, how am I going to get the value stack? All right, so what we're going to do is run through this presentation. I really don't want to take a ton of time with this. This is all about how NYSERDA and our programs are going to react to this transition from NEM to VDER paradigm. So let's go to slide 2. What I'd like to start out by saying is the real purpose of this presentation is what our role is in supporting the transition, as I just mentioned, but also understand that, you know, a lot of this has been in the works starting from a while ago. A lot of this is reacting to the current market conditions. So this isn't something where we're at ground zero with. This is some ideas that we have that are already fairly well baked. Also keep in mind that we don't make any final decisions without considerable stakeholder participation and feedback. So over the next coming months, we will be speaking to individual contractors as well as official stakeholder meetings to get all the input from the different business models before any decisions are made. So that's a given. So basically on the first slide, this is an overview of what we're going to talk about. We're going to start about the New York Sun program, about our transition to VDER, and also about our market cost reduction program, because obviously incentives are one thing, reducing the system cost is another, but they both do the same thing. Then Max is going to chime in on a really great program he's incubating right now, which is low income for CDG. My colleague Jason Doling is going to get through the storage program and talk briefly on that and where he's at with that. And obviously Peter Costello is going to bring us to the home stretch with the Green Bank. Okay, so basically when talking about adapting the current megawatt block program and the New York Sun program to the VDER paradigm, you know, there's some basic administration and operations type things that are going to have to be addressed. I'm not going to really talk about those today, but those are the givens. What was once monetary crediting and volumetric crediting is now going to be monetary crediting again. We're going to have to use the same nomenclature as what the order used for the different project types and the variations of the tariffs that they're under. So obviously we're going to do that. So we're going to consider a range of options for adapting the megawatt block program to VDER. It could be minimal changes, it could be complete structural changes, but this is really what's on the table for discussion, and we've thought about it a lot as well. The biggest challenge with this, I think, is going to be timing. You know, this has to work in parallel with the interconnection queue management, and it's got to work in parallel with the responsibilities and the deliverables that the utility companies have to give. So there's a lot here that, you know, I think the most challenging part about this adaptation to the new paradigm is going to be timing, and I'll get into that on the last slide. So when I talk about adapting the megawatt block, some of these ideas we've already had for a while and I wanted to implement, but it's a great time to implement everything at once. So when a redesign is always best done at once. System size adjustments. So some ideas there, right, are, I know Dennis brought this up. I don't believe in as absolute about no commercial. We do have commercial. It's not as robust, to his point, as we want it to be. So there are some considerations of shifting megawatt size to increase the system size of small commercial programs, the small commercial program. If we don't have a lot of activity there and the cap's currently at 200 kilowatts, maybe we go to 500 there. What that does is it could accelerate that program. Obviously, it's not a performance-based incentive, and that way the commercial industrial program might start, you know, at a higher level than 200. Maybe it starts at 500. So that's one area at which we can accelerate a program, as well as help economy of scale on the small commercial program, and minimize the performance-based incentive to the real projects that deserve them more than the 500 and less. That's, again, I just want to reiterate, these are considerations. Don't write this down and say this is what's going to happen. I just want you to know what's on our mind so that when we have a stakeholder meeting, these are starting point conversations. Cash flow. We have a lot of data on these performance of these systems, number one. Number two, I would say 90+% of these projects are owned by the developer or sponsor. So who's got the most skin in the game to make sure these projects are producing the amount of kilowatt hours they're supposed to be producing? I think they answer to a higher God, which is their financiers, rather than us. So I'm proposing that we accelerate our cash flow on the commercial industrial program to at least 50% at interconnection, and then 2 performance payments at 25% each, instead of 4 payments over 4 years. My wish is that that can help pay off the construction loan after that first payment, which, again, what I'm getting at here is I want to lower your cost of financing. We don't have a cash flow problem, and I don't see a reason to hold on to that cash for a long time. So that's another consideration. There's a lot of logistics that goes into every single consideration, and those logistics then have to be considered after, the thought process. We've heard a lot today about adders, right? Adders can rear their head in many different shapes, forms, and sizes. There's no bad adder, right? But we can't do adders for, someone named Aunt Mabel, right? We have to do adders that make sense. You have an Aunt Mabel? I do. All right, I do too. Mazel tov. So, yeah. So, we've had really good conversations about adders in the past at previous stakeholder meetings, and not to pick on Dennis, but he brought up a really good one. He said, well, we have a lot of few opportunities for rooftops in New York City. And what about an adder for carports? And I thought to myself, well, what about canopies in carports? I mean, again, it's a project that aren't getting built in Con Edison. The reason they're not getting built is not because of a high electric cost, It's because of many reasons, but one primary reason is just real estate. So if we can increase the opportunity for real estate, we know carports can be expensive, but it might be money well worth spent to get some projects built where the load really needs it. So that would be a consideration. We can talk about, brownfields, landfills. That makes a lot of sense to me as well. Reuse property that the municipalities can benefit from. So that could be a possible adder. I'm going to open that up on our stakeholder meetings to other possibilities, but certainly those are possibilities. What I do want to get away from in the spirit of this proceeding in REV is having NYSERDA give a locational benefit adder. That should be now come from the tariff in LSRV and DRV areas. So my consideration is to take that away. The other thing is our storage adder is not a great one, to be totally honest. I want to get rid of that. And Jason's doing a great job on his team, so all the storage adders will be with his program. So these are, again, thoughts. And finally, we need some certainty that we've had some really good conversations with staff on clarifying repurposing unused New York Sun funds and RPS funds. And those conversations have gone well. And it looks promising that for projects that either were unused funds or projects that canceled and attrited, that were a part of some RPS funds that were inclusive of the New York Sun, we'll hear back from them in the near term on whether we could reuse those funds. But if we can, of course, we can put those to help us with these types of conversation I just had, or these points I just brought up. Next slide. Yep. So market cost reductions, I am a huge fan of this. I think a lot of time needs to be put into this. It's kind of like energy efficiency for solar, right? The more we can bring down the cost, the more a lot of these projects can compete with value stacks and challenging tranches in certain areas. I think we've heard about the system size conversation. Obviously, that's one area, right? But what we have is an investment plan that's going through. Hopefully by the summer or fall, it'll be official. That doesn't mean we're not doing anything on cost reduction efforts right now. But here's a slide that kind of represents the concept of our investment plan and how we'd like to move forwards. It's much like we want to put together a working group. Nothing we do can happen without partnership that's going to be effective. And that's like the interconnection, working group. That was done with a series of stakeholders. This won't be that big, but when you add everybody to the table with different perspectives and partner together, you're going to come up with a better product and a more robust product. So we'd like to kind of mimic that and bring together key stakeholders. And those key stakeholders could be local municipalities too, right? They could be not only New York Sun, but our communities program, our LSR program. It could be, anyone who could benefit from this or can offer a perspective on it. So what are we going to result out of that, that group talk? Talk is cheap, action is where it's at. So, we want some product development. So here are some things that we have in the works already completed as examples of what we're talking about. One is the guidebook. The guidebook's been very successful. That's really geared towards residential market, and it's helping code officials to really understand how to inspect projects, and not only from the preliminary design, but from the actual as-built inspection. So I'm not going to go too deep into it, but it's gotten great reception, a lot of downloads, and it's really helping, handing the torch from NYSERDA being the QA expert to the local municipalities. Pilot calculators. Hutan Moveni's working on this right now. He's working with a lot of stakeholders, and you'll probably hear from him soon. Came up with a really good idea for a pilot calculator. We understand that interconnection costs and property tax exemption are the number 1 and 2 barriers in the state for C&I projects. So this calculator might address something like that, where it can be something that could really assist in local municipality, provided the solar developer community signs off on it. Seeker, a lot of this is like death by 1,000 cuts, right? This isn't a big deal, but if it's problematic and slowing down a project, it's one more thing you have to remember to do. It's one more thing you have to deal with. It's one more thing you have to make a bunch of phone calls, not only to us, but to the local municipalities. What can we do to make that Seeker study, the Seeker process easier, so we could provide resources to handle that, a guideline on how to do it, or we can provide a resource on to do it for you. So those are just 3 examples of how can we help you. Some are big and some are death by 1,000 cuts. Education and outreach, big one. Talk about CDG. I was talking to some of the joint utilities today. Don't underestimate the value or the lack of value of confusion in the marketplace. All right, from the customer's perspective, it could kill the industry. So we want to be proactive there, and so with outreach and education, New York Sun is launching a April 15th digital campaign to grease the rails, so that we discuss with potential customers what community solar is all about, how it works. And really excited about that. I have shared that with some developers, but we'll be launching that soon. We also want to provide materials with all the same nomenclature to all CDG developers, so that there's NYSERDA materials you could hand out that best describes this, to give it credibility as well. Obviously, that is the customer-facing one. Then there's technical assistance for municipalities. That's huge. We want to be able to offer local municipalities technical assistance on anything, whether it's zoning or permitting, and provide them with the consultative resource. Funding opportunities, I'm not going to go too deep into that, soft cost reduction, incentive grants, and possibly our RFP opportunities. So that's a bit of our soft cost. Just believe me, it's just a snippet. We understand there's some big fish and some smaller ones, but that's just a snippet of how we're going to be moving forwards, or we're already got a lot of things moving forwards, but this investment plan should come out in the near future. I'm not going to go into, this is my last slide. I'm not going to go too detailed into this. It's just, I want to reiterate timelines here, what we're looking at. This is not written in stone. We have a lot of balls up in the air right now, some of which are going to drop, some of which might hang for a while. So it's really difficult to figure out our timing on adapting the megawatt block. But what we're thinking about for now is sometime this summer, towards the fall. Leading up to that, though, obviously, we're not waiting until then. The conversations are going to happen much earlier. These are just some key milestones for the utility companies to provide us data, whether it's interconnection queue management or, VDER deadlines. But obviously, it's important to know what the value stack is before you put an incentive out there. So I will stop there, and I don't know if we should do questions now for myself, or we should go through all the presentations first. We. Okay. Aunt Mabel would not be happy with you. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's. Oh yeah, I want to have Max go, but I was wondering if we should have questions before. Questions. All right. So before Max goes, I'll take questions, and then we'll move on to Jason after that. Hang in there, Max.
Hi, Ron Leonard. So the real question that I have is, I just learned today that 2/3 of a given utility's projects have fallen off the queue. Good job. And what does that mean to the megawatt block program? Because we obviously had megawatts blocks before this block queued up. What are you going to do?
Okay, so we were talking about two different things. One's interconnection queue. The other's our megawatt block pipeline. Our megawatt block pipeline has a maturity milestone, which is 25%. Which is paid for a CSER. So most of the projects that you're seeing that paid the 25% are already in our megawatt block program. Mm-hmm. So are we going to see attrition? Of course. How much attrition is anybody's guess right now? Mm-hmm. But that's back to timing again. So what are we going to do? Our rules are when a project cancels, we reuse those funds in future blocks. So we will not lose the money.
But you won't back it up a block?
No.
My name's Lane Young. I'm with O'Connell Electric, Central Western New York contractor. Just not really so much questions, but a few statements here. I've always looked at the solar, incentive, kind of looking at it as how could it be, or how should it be, a level playing field across the state. Early on, when it was a simple $1 per watt and the program was relatively small, my view was Long Island, in downstate, they didn't need any incentive because the cost of electricity was so high, but yet they got the same incentive value as Central Western New York, where rates are much lower.
And Lane, can you just be specific on commercial, industrial, small commercial, residential, and what market you play in?
At that time, it was all just one program. I'm going back 6 years,
okay,
or better. Yeah, pre-New York Sun is right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So as the megawatt block, the New York Sun programs rolled out, and now CDG is, the people have just stepped in line, and they've essentially taken their ticket and stood in line. They got a placeholder not only with the utility for a year, before their 25% is up. They've paid that 25%, and they still have a spot for a year. They've got these NYSERDA incentive monies allocated, mm-hmm. and we're moving block to block to block to block to block. Well, Central Western New York, it's for a commercial entity behind the meter, it does not make sense for them to do a solar PV project. Okay, these are people that these are manufacturers. Okay, these are end users. They need to benefit from this, and I would like to see some kind of a level playing field, whether it be an incentive rate structure that is that considers the current utility rate that the customer is paying. Kind of like a level playing field, so that it's an even playing field across the state. This is going to benefit your local municipalities and your large, non-for-profits as well, that are very large consumers. Some of them in, other parts of the state, they're paying electrical rates as low as 5 cents a kilowatt hour.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not going to incentivize someone to go even to a long-term PPA, a municipality, when the megawatt block program is all the way down to, we're fast going to be at 16 cents.
Right. And Lane, I understand where you're going with this. This is definitely a topic for conversation at a stakeholder meeting, but thanks for your input.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be very brief. One, just to clarify, when you say NYSERDA is not going to have locational benefits, You're referring to strategic locations.
Yes.
You're not referring to rest of state and Con Ed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then for the parties on this side of the table here, what is the tariff that currently applies to commercial rooftop solar?
So you're saying on-site rather than remote net metering?
Yeah, we don't. Do we have net metering in New York right now for commercial?
Yes.
Okay, so we didn't. So what did we stop taking for
Well,
that?
we have right now. They have if they already exist before, if they were in the ground or fully built or interconnected by March 9th, they still have regular net metering.
Right.
If they pay their 25% in the next 90 business days, they get phase 1 net metering, which is equivalent compensation with the 20-year limit.
Right, but you do realize that like commercial projects take a long time to develop, and like we've got a whole slew of them in New York City that are under development.
Sure.
That by changing the terms, like whether it's 20 years or whatnot, that was kind of like no forecasting that was going to happen. So that's an issue we got to follow up on, because it does create a problem in some instances. And I'll just say one thing, that there's a big difference between compensation through a market-driven mechanism and then state incentives. And if we don't get the compensation right, NYSERDA does not have enough money to fix that. So we got to get the compensation right. And I think compensation or incentives take the form of RECs, because that's almost.
Let's save that discussion.
All right.
But I think you make a very important point, which we
Yeah.
discussed in the order and before, which is there is a material difference between compensation and incentives.
Yeah.
Incentives can't make up for a weak compensation system, and a good compensation system doesn't negate the value of a targeted incentive program.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you.
Jamil Khan. I would just suggest that rather than emphatically saying that you will not reopen blocks, I understand the purpose of sort of it wouldn't be fair to developers who've been going through the blocks who actually have projects. I would say I'm probably expecting, I bet you are too, a lot of attrition.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't necessarily reopen old blocks, but I would use some of that attrited money to actually send it to parts of the state where you may not actually have a good economy or good economics in whatever the latest block is.
So yeah,
for example, an adder in NYSEG and Argini territory, or for late stage projects that sort of missed out on the last block or something. I'm not sure what the right structure is, but I'm just saying, don't cut yourself off at the knees. Give yourself a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, I answered the question the way it should have been answered, but maybe not in the best way. So no, we can't go back to blocks. But when I say we have to adapt a program to the new tariff, it means, number one, we have to figure out what is our budget to do so, how many projects have attrited, what do I have left over. Now, once I take that budget, I look at it and say, okay, what do projects need, rooftop, CDG, and whatnot, and what's our strategy in implementing those funds that we have.
Right.
So could it be a higher incentive than block 8, 7? Yeah, it could be. I just don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, and I think what could possibly happen is after all the attrition's done and the block is standing still because the economics aren't working for whatever the current situation is, that's the point where I think
I totally agree with that point.
Great.
Yeah, okay,
But
thanks.
we talked this morning, we have other moving parts, so we want to take that all into consideration.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest challenge here is timing. There's no question about it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm getting off easy here. Okay. All right. So next up is Max.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, they have a different phone system. Max.
Good afternoon.
Can everybody hear him okay? Good afternoon, Max.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you to staff and everyone attending today for letting me present remotely. It's greatly appreciated. So I'll be briefly discussing the program that NYSERDA is developing and plans to put forward in a clean energy fund investment plan filing to support low-income customer participation, as was addressed in the March VDR order. I think it's probably been stated that there's a meeting scheduled on the 13th to both discuss this in more detail as well as the other low-income oriented elements of the order. So this will really just be a brief summary. As a general note, what you'll see in the slide as the title LMI stands for low and moderate income. The focus for this conference and the meeting on the 13th is, of course, low income. However, this investment plan will be filed as part of the Clean Energy Fund low and moderate income chapter. We do anticipate activities related to the moderate income segment as well as people who are low income, meaning eligible for the heating assistance program. But as noted on the slide, we will have specific goals for each one of those segments. So a couple other general notes, very much as David stated related to the other things he discussed. We've been working with staff and stakeholders on this issue since the community distributed generation policy was introduced back in 2015. So though we have this accounted for in the recent order, this is, of course, is not a new issue. It's not a new topic of discussion. Similar to the cost reduction proposals and the other items that David discussed, what we'll be including in our program design will very much reflect what we learned through that stakeholder process, but also really be based on what we've come to understand about community DG project economics and business models based on the projects we've already seen in development in our pipeline. Last general point I'll make is sort of goes without saying, but many, if not all, of the cost reduction opportunities discussed earlier in this conference, as well as just some of the challenges observed scaling up the community DG market, are very relevant to low-income customers, in some cases more relevant to those customers. So our program design will very much seek to take advantage of any cost reduction measures that are put into place and seek to make sure those savings are really passed along or concentrated with the low-income customers who need their energy burden reduced. So just to jump into the kind of high-level summary on the slide, we're planning to propose a $24 million effort, three-year effort as part of the Clean Energy Fund. Our goals for that effort will be to achieve significant participation by low-income and moderate-income households in community solar. As everyone in this room knows, we have a very, very small number of completed projects and subscriptions out there right now. That's about to scale up dramatically. We want to deliver to those participating LMI customers meaningful cost savings, savings that can actually help their household budgets, reduce their energy burden, and at the same time give them really good customer protection, as these are often the most vulnerable customers. Though of course the primary goals of this program is focused on those LMI customers and benefiting them, we also see an opportunity for this initiative to help the community solar market as a whole sort of learn and scale up. Other goals for this program include encouraging projects with a great deal of community involvement, engagement with local governments. We want to encourage a range of project types and locations. Obviously, the CDG rules limit participation within utility territories and NYSO zones, notwithstanding the discussion that will take place related to cross-zonal transfer for low-income customers. We want to make sure we're serving, providing an opportunity for as many people and as many places as possible to participate. And then last but certainly not least, we want to implement a program model that can be scaled and adapted. I know we all hope and expect the community solar market to only grow in coming years as we move closer to our CES and New York Sun goals, and we want LMI participation to grow with it, and at the same time, as costs come down, reduce the costs and the level of direct engagement needed by NYSERDA in this program. So that's the list of goals. In terms of how the program will be structured, we're looking at models that really leverage NYSERDA's purchasing power. So what that means is focusing less on a kind of customer level buy down where sort of $1 in equals $1 savings to the customer, or a sort of general adder incentive for LMI. We're looking at things more like RFPs to secure commitments for subscriptions and credits from developers to LMI customers, and coming with those commitments would be savings commitments, as well as commitments related to contract terms and customer protections. The advantage we see here is essentially by buying in bulk, NYSERDA can drive down costs below what a retail LMI customer would be able to get, and help achieve those savings for customers. Sort of part and parcel of that is really helping structure subscriptions that meet LMI customer needs. In our analysis, this looks more like probably smaller subscription sizes in terms of kilowatt-hour offsets, or the equivalent monetary offset, but deeper cost savings. So deeper for those kilowatt hours, a greater reduction below retail utility electricity rates. So some of the things we're exploring, and we look forward to discussing, getting feedback from stakeholders, are some of those RFP terms, terms for agreements with developers that are participating in this program, particularly the length of the term. Our analysis right now targets 5-year initial subscriptions for participating LMI customers. And then the other really powerful thing that we hope to bring to this program, again, to drive down those costs, to remove as much of the cost and the risk on the developer side so that those savings can then be passed on to the LMI customers, is bringing our customer outreach, education, acquisition, and referral and enrollment resources to bear on this. And NYSERDA, of course, has a number of ongoing community partnerships and education efforts, and we also have a pipeline of low-income efficiency customers and referral efforts that we can leverage for this program to reach the customers who are really in need and reduce those on the developer side, reduce or eliminate some of those customer acquisition costs. One thing I'll also note that isn't spelled on the slide, but Peter Costello may reference in his presentation, is that we are working with the Green Bank on ways to reduce the cost of capital for projects serving LMI customers as a significant or exclusive part of their project subscriber mix. So that looks at bringing in sources of low-cost capital from the community development finance space, and also working to develop the right set of guarantees and underwriting necessary to reduce financing costs for these projects. Thank you very much.
So now we'll see if there's any questions. Put your seatbelt on, Max. A lot of people are walking to the podium. I'll give you color commentary of what's happening in the room.
This will be further explored.
There's a delay on the video, so I can't see who's coming at me.
It's about 20 of them. Don't worry about it. This is Ron Leonard. Great slide. this is certainly the community that we should be supporting with renewable energy. I'm wondering two things. One, is there a standard definition that everybody is using for LMI, and whose definition is that?
So the answer is yes for the purpose of energy programs. I think my colleague Chris Cole is also in the room who can speak to it in a little more detail, but low income is defined as eligible for the heating assistance program, 60% of state median income or below. Moderate income we define as a household earning 80% of area median income, calculated at the county level, or 80% of the state median income, whichever is higher in their circumstance, in order to make the programs more inclusive.
And I'll note, this is Ted Kelly at the department. I'll note that the low-income definition is consistent with how the Commission is using it in other areas right now. The Commission isn't using moderate income for anything other than NYSERDA programs, so that's not something further to be an inconsistency on.
The reason I brought that up, say, for argument's sake, Ulster County that I'm familiar with, 40% of Ulster County can conceivably fall with under this LMI number. There is an elephant in the room in this whole process. If the LMI market is not, serviced by these VDER programs and this uptake of renewable energy, the utilities under the order, I believe, have the right to uptake that marketplace. And I'm wondering if there is a real issue here because of that. Are we, in some sense, the worry that other people have brought up in the room about upstate being a bad market for community solar because of the problems of dollars and cents available for this? Are we ceding the marketplace to the utilities by nature of regulation?
And what I would recommend is we could state points, but to get into conversations about this would be much better served in April. Was it 14th? 13th?
13th.
And so, point well taken, but if we go back and forth, I don't think we'll ever finish this at this point. So,
Jamil Khan. So I was, big advocate of what do we do with sort of year-end credits. The previous configuration was they sort of vanished into thin air. The order sort of clarified that, there's a 2-year grace period essentially for unused credits. I still think that there's going to be a pretty excessive amount of those credits. It seems to me that's actually a pretty good value area to tie in some service to LMI customers. I don't know how yet, and I'm not coming to you with a proposal at this time. I'm just saying that's an easy one, and that's a good way. That's a good way to think about how to get more LMI participation in the VDR market through this sort of low hanging fruit here.
Max, can you hear everybody okay?
Yes, I can. Thanks for the point, Jamil.
This is Adam wearing my EDA hat this time. Two things. One is that I first learned just this moment about the digital campaign around community solar, and that further deepens my concern that given the timelines for VDER, given the timelines for the NYSERDA program that I've seen, the earliest, optimistically, that we would be able to do anything is in the fall. And we know from how REV has gone that timelines don't always follow what we'd like them to follow. And given the amount of time that's elapsed since the original order for CDG, and that we really not delivered anything for the LMI community, I am proposing that we rate base a fund for pilots, lots of pilots, so that we build things in 2017. Because otherwise I don't think we will build anything in 2017 that significantly impacts the LMI community. And I agree with what you said, and I'll be back on the 13th.
I think the only comment I'd make to the point of building things in 2017 is that we would anticipate projects that are currently in the pipeline and that would be completing construction in 2017 to be eligible for this program. So the solicitation RFP or offering would not only target new projects that are would need to start from scratch and go through the entire interconnection and megawatt block process, we really do have to put an emphasis on capturing some of the generation that's coming online very soon for LMI customers.
Yeah, I just have a suspicion that, particularly in much of ROS, that there's not going to be a lot of LMI service in the existing queue. Hopefully I'm wrong about that.
Erin Hogan, Utility Intervention Unit. So I first of all want to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for doing this. I wanted to highlight those points where I think are really thought through well, in that using this to help inform perhaps the Green Bank so that we can replicate it naturally, and I really appreciate that. You know, the challenge with low income, I understand, I think it's National Grid has a pilot out in Buffalo, and what they've been experienced is trying to get solar on low income homes is that it's much more complicated because the homes need so much work. And so in this solution might be a great opportunity to help these people benefit. The other thing is it's a huge pool, and we have limited resources, and you try to go about things equitably. And in the low income order, the idea is like they will focus first on the highest users for the assistance program, like WAP and Tom Carey's programs. And that way, the idea is almost like the assistance program could help reduce the energy consumption in these homes and subsequently help the fund and need less assistance. So I'm raising that because I'm not advocating that you target those people as well, but I think there needs to be some equity in terms of trying to understand the pool out there. If one group of people that are in need are getting this WAP assistance, and then here's this opportunity, how do you take this limited money and the benefit and spread it over these people? And I think we need to contemplate that a little bit.
And Erin, I will say, you looked at me when you said thank you. I want to give all the credit to Max Joel on this.
Okay.
He was the brainchild behind this, so that's number one. And Max, if you want to, I know Max has thought thoroughly through this. And
they can't see me, so it's good.
Virtual Max, if you want to reply, you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and thank you, David. Obviously, this has been a lot of people's work so far, and there will be a lot more work by a lot more people going forward. Erin, thank you for both comments. To maybe give you a little detail on our thinking on the second comment, and again, if Chris is in the room, he may be able to go a little further, but there certainly are, within that broad category of low-income customers, which really is, of course, a very diverse group of people, people living in multifamily housing, people who are homeowners, different parts of the state, and so on. We are thinking about which sort of segments would be could really be well served by this program. One idea, certainly not to target this group exclusively, but as a group that could really benefit would be electric heating customers. They potentially have, there's less of an upside for them with some of the efficiency and retrofit programs potentially, but there is a greater portion of their energy burden that a community solar project could serve. Just as one example of how we're thinking about that issue.
Okay, so maybe we can talk a little bit more on the 13th. That'd be great. All right, thanks again, Max.
Hi, this is Kelly Roach from Solstice. I work with low and middle income community solar engagement. I know this is something Max has been looking into, but wanted to avail myself of having both NYSERDA and Commission folks in the same room to ask if the $28 million that was laid out in the order for CDG funding, is this 24 coming out of that? Is this in addition to that? I believe they're both Clean Energy Fund investments. So just to clarify if anyone has an answer to that. And second, to flag, I'm sure that those of us working in this community have some different perspectives on this, but the tension between serving the maximum number of folks and giving them significant relief. And so if we're only doing a sort of a partial relief of what folks are paying to make sure that we're getting at something that makes a difference in their quality of life, economically speaking. But at the same time, I understand the preference to serve as many as possible. So I think that's just something we need to be cautious about, particularly if we're trying to tout the number of people that we've assisted.
And I'll let Max answer that, but one of the challenge, it's a deep and wide type of issue, right? And one of the challenges to that is looking at it from all different variables. If we go wide, and not too deep in the cost savings, that adds a lot of administration cost to the program, and then you're serving less people on top of that. If you go deep but not wide on the capacity side, but you're more cost savings, then you've got more cost savings on our administrative costs. It might be able to make a bigger difference. So it's a hard decision to make. I have to say we go back and forth, but I'll let Max answer the rest.
Well, no, I think that's well put. And there's a third dimension, which is kind of the how long do you go? We've modeled this out initially as we'd be seeking 5-year commitments from developers, and we're really looking at ways to transition subscriptions after 5 years, encourage participation beyond 5 years, or alternative paths that are longer term. But it's that same push-pull within the budget and also the limits of the information we have. How can we strike the right balance for the end users? To the the 28 million question, I'm not. Maybe staff could provide some detail on where that number is found.
That comes from the Clean Energy Fund order that dedicated. I believe that dedicated 28 million of New York Sun's funds to low and moderate income. Does that, David? Is that correct? Is that? Do you recall that?
That was so the thank them. Ted, was that Ted answering? Thank you. So the New York Sun order, or the Clean Energy Fund section on New York Sun, was 13 million. I should note that this proposal is as a separate and above and beyond from that 13 million. So this is quote unquote new money. So I don't think it's that, but regardless, this is getting into kind of CEF accounting. The approximately 24 million I noted here would be program funds going directly to the implementation and implementation of the program, and of course getting the credits for loan customers. On top of that, there is a cost recovery and administrative percentage added at the top line. I don't want to get in too deep on this because it's not my area of expertise exactly how that information is.
And Max, I think we're going to have to move on now to the next subject matter. I'm comfortable in saying that because on April 13th, we're going to cover this in much greater detail.
Yeah, I think I'll very briefly say I think the intention is for this to come out of the market development part of the Clean Energy Fund, this 24 million,
yes.
Plus whatever the administrative and cost recovery fee costs. So that shouldn't count towards any allocation of MY Sun funds towards low income.
Right.
Valerie Strauss, Association for Energy Affordability, and I'll make this quick because I know we do want to move on. But I wanted to just there were some conversations in Max's presentation where he talked about you have homeowners, you have renters, etc. And I just like to make sure that we also acknowledge that a lot of low and moderate income families live in multifamily housing. And there are a variety of bill payment arrangements and metering arrangements. And in particular, you might have a lot of low-income families that live where the utility bill is folded into their rent, and you have affordable housing property managers and owners of supportive housing or just affordable housing who also are struggling to create safe and healthy homes and affordable energy bills. And we don't want to overlook their ability. They may not be LMI as we think about them, but they provide for LMI households, and we need to consider them as well.
Thank you.
So just quickly, since we're wrapping up this topic, the timing for the tech conference on the 13th, it begins at 12:30, and there'll be an agenda going out later this week or first thing next week with those topics. Again, it will be primarily focused on the aspects of low income that were identified in the order, so we'll hear more about this one and those several other aspects. So look forward to seeing many of you there.
Great. Okay, so now we have Jason.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for everybody for sticking this out. I'm going to try to make this. Sure. Jason Doling with NYSERDA, help lead our energy storage work. And for the sake of time, I'm going to tee up 4 things and probably inadequately cover every one of those 4. So I'll try to indicate where we want opportunities to continue to engage, especially with this community, because it's actually a nice treat because it's new faces compared to the room of storage vendors where I usually get to interact. First, I wanted to just briefly touch on, in terms of kind of overall focus within the energy storage sector at NYSERDA, 2 main areas that we have committed to working with the sector and with the Commission. One is obviously in the soft cost area, so committing to pull 25% out of the soft costs that are confronting energy storage today in the next 32 months, I think, if I did my math right. And 3 of the areas that really impact that, very similar to PV some number of years ago, is customer acquisition, uncertainty around how well the system will actually perform, which then makes it more expensive to finance, and then permitting. And I think the permitting is especially relevant to try to minimize the need for 2 separate permitting processes where there's a combined solar storage system going into place. We are doing a significant amount of work on the permitting side, initially focused in New York City, where the queue has been the largest, driven in large part by our friends at Con Ed doing good work, but also taking that outside. So following David's model of helping the communities with technical assistance and model permitting requirements, and really understanding what the risks are and what the risks are not, despite somebody having seen a YouTube video at 1 o'clock in the morning the night before. So plenty more we could talk about on that. Second area is related to monetization, and lots of talk around energy storage systems being able to perform multiple functions, but not necessarily compensated for those functions outside of perhaps demand response. And we will have very shortly, I think next week, should be rolling out a competitive offering around what we're calling value stacking. So let's actually use a system, get systems in the field, and to the extent that that value is monetizable today, but there's performance risk associated with meeting multiple masters, let's understand how to optimize that, and we will try to buy down some of that risk. And to the extent that we think there's real value these systems can provide, even beyond the direction of like the LSRVs, what's the next best alternative today? What's that worth? What's the price we have to beat? And we will fund that we will monetize it through this project to actually see how well it actually performs. So this will be an open, rolling opportunity, and very happy to talk to people more about that. So the last 2 things I wanted to touch on, PV plus storage, and then the storage scoping study that's on the screen. So PV plus storage, we had begun this process with looking towards where are really the opportunities where this combined system can actually offer greater value to the host site or to the system, and focusing on that sector. And quite frankly, that actually started us down a path of the commercial sector, where in many cases the PV system alone, because it doesn't affect demand charges, doesn't pencil out. We've expanded from that to recognize that there's this huge CDG market that, especially as the value of DER takes hold and the market transition credit moves away and the LSRVs are available, we really want to be addressing. So we are expecting later this summer to be submitting an investment plan to DPS. I would say, while it's an open item, we don't want to get out ahead of the Commission's order and further confuse the marketplace with an offering hitting the streets. But we are very much interested in feedback on, how this program could be structured. We've done a lot of voice of customer already in terms of keeping it as simple as possible. We do not want to confuse the economics and the business model more than it may already be confused. We really want to help paint a pathway for these combined systems going in where they really do make sense from the customer or off-taker perspective or from the system perspective. And I will just give a plug for the utilities in the room. We desperately need your May 1st filings in terms of the DRV and the LSRV and identifying where these locations are so we can get our math right. One quick thing on the logistics of that, there's clearly a lot of questions that come up. Can an existing system take advantage of it? I don't see us coming from a place of being overly restrictive, but there's just core economics like the investment tax credit that will play into how practically some of these things can happen. And the last thing I'll point out is I'll toss this a little bit back to David. We don't want to create confusion in the vendor marketplace by having you have to talk to multiple people within our shop when what we call ourselves in departments probably doesn't matter all that much. It's really what's the objective we're trying to have in the marketplace. So in terms of whether this will be a standalone incentive that's on top of New York Sun or embedded within New York Sun for ease in the marketplace, all of that's on the table. We want this to be as straightforward as possible. So please stay tuned for more opportunities to engage on that over the next few months. And then finally, I wanted to just briefly touch on a scoping study that was required in the order. And for those in the room who are following energy storage, you'll know that California came out with a mandate for 1.3 gigawatts of storage by 2020. Massachusetts conducted a fairly large study that identified up to 600 megawatts of storage could provide benefit to their ratepayers in the 2020 to 2025 range, and they're considering a mandate, a target, however you want to consider that. And so a couple of questions keep coming up in New York that we want to answer under the study. The simplest is, what's the range of energy storage that actually makes sense to have on the system for addressing system needs? So the first part of that is, and we've begun scoping this out, what are those system needs? Right? Reducing peak demand, increasing renewable hosting capacity, so there's the economic trade-off of curtailment is considered, reducing the need for T&D investments, ancillary services at the wholesale market, could be volt-var support, but we want this to actually be actionable and lead to programmatic or policy accomplishments in the very near term and then through the midterm. And so this study will really be taking a look at under the existing New York State electric system and with the load projections and different ranges of renewable penetration accomplishments, energy efficiency, load modification success, electric vehicle implementations. What's the range over the next 13 years of how much energy storage really can provide positive benefits to ratepayers? And we should really start seriously considering in these deliberations, and what's the best way to make that happen. And so clearly the utilities are a big partner in this, and we'll be working closely with them. The development community is also a very large component of that, and the customer community. And I will point out this is a first order assessment study. Internally, you'll be shocked to know that we can fall into this analysis paralysis where you try to answer every single question and you find yourself just in this continuous do loop. We really want this to actually be a, later this summer, very beginning of the fall, we have results from this. We start to actually see some indications of what those metrics look like, what those numbers could be, and then importantly, what are the obstacles and stumbling blocks that would stand in the way of actually accomplishing that need to be addressed, as well as through stakeholder engagement, what are potential policy, programmatic, regulatory changes that can help accomplish that. So I can't emphasize enough, this is not intended to be a just study to sit on a shelf. This is really intended to help us continue to build this sector in the state. With that, I'll take any questions to the extent we have time, or happy to follow up after the deliberations today.
Hey, Jamil Khan. So first, I'd say the biggest priority from my perspective is to whenever a program would be released, to actually be able to use my existing set of my portfolio of projects and go back to them, and I'm sure all the other developers will basically be looking to do the same. So I understand the difference in economics. I would definitely take that into account when designing the program, but I wouldn't necessarily restrict existing solar projects from jumping into the value of D tariff and attaching a storage project to using the program that you're going to design. Second thing I'll say is, we're sort of in year 3 or 4 of REV, depending on how you count it. So I'm very supportive of seeing a study that moves forward sooner rather than later. I know the big 2012 solar study I think took like a year and a half or a year and some change to put together. I don't think we need to do that here, and I do think that the Massachusetts study is actually a pretty incredible model to look towards when scoping it. And I guess I'd also say that I look forward to also pretty continuous stakeholder input for all of these programs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Erin Hogan, UIU again. So a couple of observations is as you're looking out, it sounds like your target date is 2030 for the next 13 years. And I would just ask that you do an interim date as part of that analysis, because that's a pretty long time to really, even on a first order type of analysis. Additionally, again, realizing it's a high level analysis, but I think we need to contemplate what we're doing with the system. As it's been said multiple times, Con Edison is putting on installing AMI, and the voltage reduction, their conservation voltage reduction, CVR, was supposed to be a significant aspect of that BCA. And so I don't know how you're going to do this, but I am going to request that you take into consideration these attributes or aspects that you're looking at and try to take it into consideration with everything else we're doing. I mentioned this yesterday. Every one thing we do, every efficiency we save or PV we put on the system, the benefit of the next increment goes down. And so I just hope you can take that into account, because that's going to make, I think it could impact the results.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just for the sake of time, really quickly, appreciate your comments. Very much, we're all in agreement that this study, while it looks towards 2030, where we'll have 50% renewables, would have here's a 2020 over the next 3 years, here's through 2025, here's through 2030, with actions associated. And your second point, we very much want this to be a study that considers all alternatives, and if there's an alternative that's better than storage, that should be considered first. And if there are potential for complementary or competing needs, that needs to be addressed as well. So, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Emmett Smith from Azure Mountain Power. I represent a loose coalition of small hydroelectric power producers, many of which are under 2 megawatts and interconnected at the distribution level. This question is kind of a throwback to yesterday, but I appreciate that NYSERDA is here as well. Under PSL 66J, a number of small hydro producers were able to enter into remote net metering arrangements to localize the benefits of their power and monetize the environmental attributes. I think I heard a staff member mention yesterday that under the current DER, vintage generators would not be eligible for the environmental compensation portion of the value stack. I didn't see that anywhere in the DER or the draft or the record or PSL 66J. I'm wondering if that's true, and if so, what's it's based on?
So it is true that as I said yesterday, for a project that was interconnected before January 1st, 2015, and opts into the value stack, they wouldn't be able to get a value of E. I don't have the order in front of me, so I can't give you the exact citation for that, but it's related to the fact that the value of E is calculated based on the utility's cost savings from having to purchase fewer RECs from the market or from NYSERDA. And I think it is one of the things that was teed up for phase 2 was to look at how we could value the environmental value of projects that aren't directly contributing to CES achievement.
Okay, so then if a community purchases or leases a hydroelectric facility in their community to do a CDG, their RECs presumably then remain fully transferable and can be sold out of the state?
I'm going to punt that to the NIGATS webinar that's coming up in a week or so. I'm afraid if anybody has the date offhand on that, but if not, it's on NYSERDA's website because that relates more to the rules of the tracking system. Certainly, they wouldn't be bound by. Certainly, the VDR tariff wouldn't stop them from doing that. But the exact rules of the tracking system, I'm not quite as familiar with, and I don't think we have quite the right NYSERDA people here to address that question.
Okay. One other question for small hydro is the utilities gave a great presentation yesterday about how to calculate LSRV values, but I'm wondering how those values can be calculated for a facility that's part of the existing system. Essentially, how to calculate the cost of any infrastructure updates that would be needed if that facility were to retire. I don't know if that's been considered. I brought it up in the record but didn't see it commented on. I don't know if any of the utilities wanted to comment on that.
I don't see any of them standing up now, so I think we'll, hopefully that's something that that if you put that, either just because you said it today, but also if it gets mentioned in some April 17th comments, something the utilities can then think about for the May 1st filing.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis Fair from Entersolar. Just quickly, I just want to point out that the bulk of the projects that'll be coming online now, CDG projects, are not behind any meter, and there is no tariff-based compensation to incentivize storage. So these are all going to be dumb solar assets on there rather than smart dispatchable assets. Because
are you talking about the projects that are getting phase 1 now?
Yeah, anything that's coming online right now. It's like there is nothing. There's no compensation for it. So like if I'm building a project in BQDM, community solar, there is no way to pair storage with that, no matter how much money you have to throw at it, because there's no mechanism to compensate that for the services that it can provide. Just pointing that out. Yeah.
Understood.
Anyone else?
Green Bank. Last but not least. I'm Pete Costello, counsel for the New York Green Bank, and I too appreciate your stamina. I know it's getting long, especially since we went through lunch. If you could advance to go to the fourth slide, maybe.
Here, use this mic. I think it might be
check.
a little further.
How's that? Is that better? No.
Here, just use this.
Okay. Is this better? Yes. Okay, so I'm Pete Costello, counsel for the New York Green Bank. Maybe that's too much. If you could advance to the overview slide, great. So just to level set, and for those who don't know us, and this is basically the framework through which we look at all our investments, so it is an important slide. We are the part of the Clean Energy Fund that is focused on financing solutions. So our mission is to increase availability of financing in the marketplace for clean energy in New York. We do that by addressing market barriers and inefficiencies and essentially being the first mover from a financing perspective on various transaction types and asset classes and technologies. We're funded with allocated $1 billion of state funds. About 95% of that is ratepayer funds. We've been in existence since the very end of 2013. What you see up here in terms of our investment requirements and additional considerations are basically the prism by which we look through at all the transactions. This is essentially encapsulated in all our PSC orders, and it's the policy framework by which we look at transactions. To run through them very quickly, our mission is to be financially self-sustainable so that we don't have to go back and get additional funds. We also look to charge a rate that is commercially acceptable so that the marketplace will look at our transactions as attractive as transactions they can then replicate. We also look at projects that they need to contribute to New York State energy policy goals and have the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And then we look to involve one or more private sector partners such that we mobilize the public capital. Market transformation on the right-hand side under additional considerations simply means that we're looking to crowd in private sector finance providers and then step out of the sector at the appropriate time. Additionality essentially means, we look at our participation sort of in the broadest view of, we're there to make the transaction type faster, better, cheaper. Scalability, again, this is the replicability of a transaction type so that the marketplace will adopt it. Next slide, please. So these are numbers as of the end of last calendar year, and it's just simply to show that there's a lot of momentum with the Green Bank right now. We are very busy. We're looking at many multiples of projects, and that at any one time we have an active pipeline of somewhere between $500 and $600 million worth of transactions that we're looking at. That's somewhere in the process of approval and due diligence. We as of last year, we closed almost $305 million worth of transactions. That number's increased. Our next quarterly report will be out, the middle of May. And you'll see the updated numbers. Mobilization ratio, the fourth box over. Again, very important that we are bringing, leveraging private or public dollars to get private benefits and value into the marketplace. Revenue growth over almost $10 million of revenue generated as of the end of last year, and then in the last box you'll see that all the contributions to Rev and the CES, which are very important to all of our transactions. Next slide, please. So this slide is just simply meant to show the diversity of counterparties and transaction parties that we are dealing with, from the very sort of startup developer types all the way to international corporations and banks. Next slide, please. And then the next one. Okay, so how does this relate to community distributed generation? We essentially are looking at transactions, and certainly this is going through a transition itself. We are trying to look at where the marketplace will be and what will be acceptable to the marketplace from a private sector financing perspective, and so that we look to support business models that we think that once that we solve all the various challenges that would be a barrier to a private sector investment, that in the future the marketplace will take over. Okay, I think we'll go next slide. So we've been actively engaged with stakeholders from the beginning on this. We have 8 proposals right now in front of us with various business plans related to CDG. We are working through those in sort of the early to mid phases of those. Lots of challenges, but we are a solution oriented entity and collaborative, and our goal is to see as many proposals as we can, such that we can see all the commonalities with those proposals and try to create efficiencies in those transactions. Bringing down both the time it takes to do transactions, the complexity of transactions, the resources needed, the cost of capital, et cetera. On the left, the types of transaction structures that we are looking to support and can support, and this is not an exhaustive list because we are a very sort of open-ended solution provider. We're looking at construction financing. It can be construction to term financing. It can be simply the term financing. It can also be in a supportive role to a tax equity investor, such that if you're familiar with the term back leverage, that is where finance providers such as the Green Bank would finance the residual equity in a transaction after the tax equity provider receives its returns. And then tax equity guarantees is something else we could, credit enhancement for the transaction. If the tax equity provider is having some risk issue that it's a barrier to its targeted IRR, we can step in and provide some credit enhancement towards that. An example off the top of my head would be that if a tax equity provider is looking for a minimum sort of guaranteed price in order to support its IRR, we could look at doing a guarantee around that. And then on the right, lending approach considerations, what we are primarily focused on and what any private sector entity would be focused on is, what is the net present value of cash flows, revenue generated from the transaction, both in terms of, the revenue from the customer and also the value of the value stack. And next slide. Thank you. So, this is basically summing up, our general focus around CDG, and we are looking for appropriate returns both to investors and to the customers. So we're laser focused on that. As an aside, one reason why that's very important is because a financing party will look at the customer base or subscriber base, and in a stress case scenario, look to see how easy it would be to replace those customers. So we need to make sure that there is fair economic value to a customer in order to make it an attractive investment. We will work to develop methodologies to monitor and forecast the value stack, so that we can provide methodologies to provide some level of forecasting certainty, such that, again, a private sector finance provider would feel more comfort with that particular risk. And then transition from NEM to the phase one. Again, this is all about forecasting and understanding certainty, so that we can mitigate that fundamental risk in these transactions. Many of the developer community that we've been talking to, they are sort of waiting in the wings, and I think we heard some of that earlier today, in order to develop business plans around the new pricing mechanisms. And certainly we are there to look at those creative business plans, and certainly we have the both developing the expertise and the patience to work through solutions. Next slide, please. And one more, I think. So we have an open solicitation on the street. It's called RFP number 1. You can find it on our website, along with many other resources about the Green Bank and what's available. Our website is greenbank.ny.gov. Best way to get in touch with us, if you're not quite to the proposal stage, but you want to talk through some preliminary issues, some preliminary barriers that maybe we can start working on solutions around, is to send us an email at info@greenbank.ny.gov, and our investment team will get back to you in a very responsive time frame. Next slide. And so this is just, this slide is really to underscore the point that we are looking at these transactions from sort of a project finance 101 perspective. And obviously the reason for that is because we try to act when we look at these transactions as much as possible as a commercial entity would look at these transactions, so that the commercial entity would find this transaction attractive down the stream. And that's it. I'll take questions from anybody.
Dennis Fair from Enter Solar. So how does the Green Bank characterize the risk associated with the value of DER, and how might you compare that to net metering from the old scheme?
Well, how would I compare it? We don't know how to compare it yet. I mean, it's in development. So the risk is at the present time is it wouldn't be bankable because you don't know what you're financing. But once it starts to develop some certainty, and business plans start to look at how to create value out of the value stack, then we can certainly step in and start to work on that. Again, the primary risk is the forecasting from our perspective. And so we're going to want to make sure that during the term of our investment that we can understand what the cash flows look like. So that drives a couple of things. One is sort of the size of the investment we're willing to make, how much we're willing to advance against those cash flows. And the other is the price that the risk that built into the price that you're willing to take. Yep.
Everybody's ready to go home.
I thought Peter had a new agenda item.
Well, I didn't think everybody's blood sugar was low enough yet, so I thought we'd add a few more items here for the afternoon.
Well, I want to thank everybody for the time and the investment of 2 days. Your participation here, your questions have been very helpful to us. We hope the presentations have been helpful to you. Please remember both the low-income workshop next week on the 13th, as well as the opportunity to submit additional written comments on April 17th or by April 17th. Then, of course, the opportunity to comment will arise after the publication of the official proposals. Thank you, everybody. Travel safe.